Development Committee meeting on Monday, December 13th. We're starting at 5 p.m. today. I understand that we're going to have a study session to start with on Vision 2025 and beyond, the Strategic Financial Sustainability Study. And then if I could just verify with the city clerk and with the city manager that we will be adjourning that meeting and then opening the open joint City Council and Economic Development Committee study session as well.
Mayor Beckmeyer, that's correct. We're anticipating a quorum for Economic Development Committee members. And at that time, we will begin the joint study session of the City Council and Economic Development Committee.
Okay, very well. Now, is that a time certain or do we just roll from one to the other?
It will be immediately following the first study session with an approximate start time of 6 p.m. for the joint study session.
Okay, very well. Well, then I think we're ready to begin. We have our City Manager, Kevin Woodhouse, and Chief Financial Sustainability Officer, Yulia Carter, presenting along with our consultant, Brian Mora, who will be contributing to the presentation.
Great, thank you, Mayor Beckmeyer and Mayor Pro Tem Beer and council members. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager, and as City Clerk Coffey brings up the presentation that we'll run through, we're excited tonight to get back to present the new project design, new study design for Vision 2025 and beyond. And there's an important study session tonight. There's actually two related study sessions, as the mayor just mentioned. The second study session, which is a joint study session with the Economic Development Committee, relates to marketing strategy, which is one of the components of the Vision 2025 and beyond study session. So I'll reference that so we kind of keep things in line here. We have myself will kick off this presentation and provide an overview for Vision 2025 and beyond. And our Chief Financial Sustainability Officer, Yulia Carter, is also online, although she'll be presenting more of the marketing strategy in the second study session. And we have our consultant, Brian Mora from RGS, who's been assisting us in this study design, who will be presenting a key component of this item tonight. Next slide, please. So this first study session will really focus on the components of Vision 2025 and beyond. We'll do a deeper dive on the economic opportunities study portion of Vision 2025, have council discussion and direction, and then talk about next steps. Next slide, please. Before we dive in, I really want to emphasize, because the slide after this relates to timeline, but what Vision 2025 and beyond is really about, and keep in your mind, is that it's a strategic financial sustainability study. And let's go to the next slide, and I'll just discuss how we got to this point. Really, in the spring of 2019, Council affirmed the need for a fiscal sustainability study for the city. At that time, during goal setting, the Council approved to begin a strategic planning process to articulate a long-term and financially sustainable vision for Pacifica. And what then happened is COVID interceded, and we had lots of work priority and staffing challenges, as well as didn't have the ability to hold public meetings in person. But we continued work on the scope of Vision 2025, and by October of 2020, I was able to bring back to the council a refined purpose statement and scope of work, and the council adopted the purpose statement, which is on the slide here, that reads, The purpose of the Pacifica Vision 2025 and Beyond project is to tell Pacifica's story of the many priority infrastructure projects and enhanced programs and services envisioned for Pacifica's mid to long-term future that are equitable and inclusive and will help all Pacificans thrive, and to articulate the city's financial opportunities, challenges, and strategies to achieve this vision and resiliency. So in the winter and spring of 2021, work began developing in more detail the RFP. The Chief Financial Sustainability Officer was hired during that time. And Ms. Carter and I really began looking at how to structure this study most efficiently, utilizing her expertise and studies she's done in other cities, utilizing the expertise that the city has with our tax revenue consultants, HDL. And really the focus for tonight is to present that scope and design and get specific input. There'll be an update about the design of the study. As I mentioned earlier, detailed input on from the council on the scope of work for what's called the economic opportunities portion of this study, and confirming next steps. Next slide, please. So all along during this strategic financial planning, there have been some basic components that we wanted to look at. One is that the basis of the study hinges on financial forecasting. Additionally, looking at and studying various types of revenue enhancement strategies that will help financially afford the vision. It's always been presumed that during the study it would be very robust on the public engagement with surveys, with tabletop interactions if COVID allows, and other tools that we can use. And then the other two components of the study really focus on refining economic development strategies and then encapsulating all this by crafting the story and telling the story about the city council's goals and priorities for the community with community input, and to package that up into what would be the Vision 2025 report. Next slide, please. So to talk a little bit about the first portion, the financial forecasting and revenue enhancement. As the council is aware, each year we do a 10-year financial forecast. The recent years have been challenging in forecasting due to COVID. Most recent one was completed in April of 2021 and shows the structural financial deficit that the city has looking out in the first 4 years of that forecast. And in addition, just as a reminder, well, each year I bring forward and recommend a balanced budget to the city council. This year's budget was particularly challenging and is balanced with assistance of American Rescue Plan Act funds. But we're not talking about details tonight, but in early January, this first financial forecasting and revenue enhancement conversation, in early 2022, potentially in late January, early February, will really dig into an updated 10-year financial forecast and looking, working, as I mentioned, with HDL, our tax consultant, and kind of a preliminary to our mid-year budget. We'll be working on that information, bring that forward to really have the sound basis of the financial projections that underlies this study. In addition, we'll look in more depth into the various kinds of revenue enhancement options that exist, such as ballot measures like increasing the transient occupancy tax to be on par with the region, or adding a local option sales tax, or restructuring utility users tax, restructuring business license tax, a general obligation bond, or other measures as identified by council. The intent at that early 2022 study session is really to show what the forecasted deficits are for Pacifica, and then show various kinds of potential voter approved revenue measures and how much money those may raise to help close that deficit. This is not, this list here is just the types of options that exist. And the goal from that early 22 session would be to get input from council, which will help guide next steps in further assessing revenue measure feasibility for the November 22 ballot or beyond. Next slide, please. So in addition, we're going to, in a minute here, turn it over to Mr. Mora to dive into the economic opportunity study, significant component of Vision 2025. And as I mentioned, the second study session tonight is the Pacifica marketing study and marketing plan. And then we'll wrap up and really talk about the next steps in Vision 2025. So that's the scope of the discussion, the various components of this study. I realize it's a lot to absorb because this study does have various components. So, we'll answer questions as best we can. But at this point, I believe I'll turn it over to Mr. Moore to talk about the economic opportunity study.
All right, thank you, Kevin, and good evening, Mayor and members of council. It's great to see you again. Next slide, please. And the next slide after that. So a quick overview of the economic opportunity study. This is something that we developed with the city manager and with your chief fiscal sustainability officer. There's a couple goals here that we're trying to achieve. One is to develop a request for proposal for a study. What it would do is it would analyze both current and future opportunities in the 5 business areas in Pacifica. And in addition to that, it would also focus on what we're calling opportunity sites. That is locations such as your Beach Boulevard's city-owned property that was once considered for a hotel site and perhaps could be considered for that or other uses, the quarry site, and the potential of creating a downtown in the Palmetto corridor and the adjacent area. The business zones is a tool that is often used by cities to analyze the commercial economy. When we initially looked at the zones as were established in Pacifica, over time, the number of zones had grown all the way to 23, which in looking at it seemed a bit unwieldy. And so what we did is we combined them down to 5, which you see listed: Pacific Manor, Shark Park, Rockaway Beach, Lindemar, and Pedro Point. And as the report notes, part of the criteria for this is not only to create some distinct areas to facilitate revenue reporting and analysis, but also keeping in mind some of the state requirements about sales tax reporting, where you can't report areas or categories that have less than 4 businesses, or any business that where you have one business contributing 80% or more of the revenue. So that's how the criteria we use, and those are the zones that we're looking at. Next slide, please. Now, the study elements, or the statement of work as it's often called, is included in the body of your report. And one of the things, as the city manager indicated, that we wanted to do tonight is to get some council reaction and input on the elements of this proposed study. We want to make sure that the things that we're going to ask the firm that is ultimately selected to do this work addresses all of the questions that the council has, as well as the questions that the city manager and the fiscal sustainability officer and the other members of the executive team have. So just to kind of run through these, and again, later on when we get into the discussion, certainly be happy to field any questions you have, or if you have areas where you either want to amplify or add, by all means. The first is an economic analysis. Essentially, this is a strengths, weakness, opportunity, and threats analysis of each of the business zones, taking into account the current business mix, and also looking at things such as current trends, the impact of the COVID pandemic and what the future looks like. The next item would be to provide to the firm that has selected some of the city's most recent studies and reports that have information that will be helpful in their analysis. This would include things such as your recent Sharp Park specific plan, work that you've done on the general plan updates over the years, and some revenue data, as the city manager alluded to, that we're working on with the HDL companies as it relates to sales tax, property tax, UUT, et cetera. The third component, which the city manager also touched upon, was public engagement. The thought here is that as part of the study, we would engage the community to tell us a bit about their vision for the city, both today and in the future, using tools like workshops, surveys, polling, perhaps charrettes, things of that sort. The fourth area of the study would be to have a discussion about market forces and how they are affecting Pacifica and your business community, and also the types of business opportunities that would be supported by the market going forward. The fifth item would be to look at business and real estate development opportunities, both an overview and a detailed discussion of how these play in each of the 5 zones. Next slide. 6 would be a discussion of economic development strategies that the firm that was retained would recommend. And again, these would be both short-term strategies that the city and the business community could look at to improve the conditions in the immediate term, and then also things that would happen down the road in the future. 7 would be a look at finances and services. What opportunities in the business economy exist that would help enhance the city's finances and by extension, obviously, the services that you would be able to provide to the community. The 8th area would be the opportunity sites that I noted earlier, like Beach Boulevard, Palmetto, Sharp Park, the Quarry. And again, if there are others that should be on this list, let us know and we'll add them. The 9th item is the economic development plan. As you probably know, the city's last economic development plan was adopted in 2019, a couple years ago, pre-COVID. And so we'd like to have this firm review that plan, suggest some updates, and also discuss a bit about whether or not the city should pursue what's called a certified economic development strategy, or a CEDS. This is something that some cities do if they are interested in qualifying for federal grants down the road. And so as we're looking at updating the economic development plan, this is an area of inquiry as well. And then finally, a process for the council consideration review of the final study. This would involve having the selected firm present the report to council, have it reviewed, and then in 1 or more council meetings, get council input and then finalize the study. Next slide. So essentially, what we're looking at is tonight to get some comments and the review of the draft RFP elements, and then to give you kind of a sequence of events after that. The council member comments will be incorporated into the RFP, request for proposal document. Our thought is that since we're in the middle of the holiday season now, we probably will want to wait until January, sometime after the holidays, to issue the RFP, but that will give us some time to incorporate your feedback and your ideas into the document. In terms of recruiting companies to respond to the RFP, there are a number of firms that do these types of studies. Some of them are listed in your council report. Our thought is to use the city's procurement software, Procure Now, as well as the city website, social media, and then there's also a professional association known as the California Local Government Economic Development Professionals, also known as CalEd, and we would utilize them as well to, again, get the word out about the opportunity to do this work for Pacifica. We envision that the potential responding firms would have roughly 4 to 6 weeks to submit a proposal, and then the city staff would review the proposals that come in, interview the most responsive firms, do background checks, and then come back to the council, ideally sometime in March, with a recommended firm. These studies of this type take roughly 3 to 6 months to complete. And again, we'll have to wait till the proposals come in to see if that's how the firms that are interested see it, but that's most likely. And then there's also a discussion or potential, if the council would like, to consider a council ad hoc committee to work with the staff on the public engagement component of the project. Next slide. So with that, I think we'll turn it over to the mayor and the council for any questions or discussion you might have on the opportunities RFP.
Thank you very much. Thanks. And I did want to mention, I'm sorry, I meant to mention earlier that Councilmember O'Neill will be joining us as soon as possible. He had a prior engagement this evening for this time slot, so he'll be along as soon as he can be with us. Council members, having heard the report and received the report in our packet in advance, do you have questions for Mr. Mora or for staff or comments that you would like to share at this point?
I just have one question.
Please.
Hello, Mr. Mora. Thank you for being here tonight. I was just wondering what kinds of grants other cities are getting that have the comprehensive economic development strategy.
Typically, though, the cities that have one of these comprehensive economic development strategies tend to be the bigger cities, or in some cases, what happens is you have a group of cities, or maybe all the cities in a county, or the county takes the lead. And that's why we're sort of posing it as a question. I mean, Pacifica is a city approaching 40,000 people, so you're sort of right on the bubble in terms of are you large enough to pursue this? But my thought was, while we were in the process of having this firm review and critique your current economic development strategy, it was worth asking the questions, since they're all experts in this field, to say, is this something Pacifica should be doing? What might that cost? What does the process look like? And then how likely is it that Pacifica would get grants of this type on their own versus would it be more likely that Pacifica would only get such grants as part of a larger group, like maybe a county-wide group? So that's the nature of the thought.
Thank you.
Following on to that, I did have a question in regard to, you mentioned groups of cities. Being that we're on the coast, we often find that the economic opportunities or the barriers in some cases that we have are slightly different than what other cities over the hill, as we call it, tend to have. Do you think there's any benefit to viewing this as a coastal, with the coastal demographic in mind, or is it really a county, San Mateo County kind of data that we should be focusing on?
I think what you're going to see here is that the firm that is selected is going to look at a number of things. One is they're going to start out looking at the demographics of Pacifica and your current business mix. They're also going to look at your neighboring cities and the area, primarily to see what types of businesses are nearby, because often what will happen is a business that is looking to either come into an area or to expand is they look at a certain mile radius, 3.5 miles, 5 miles, whatever it is. So they're going to look at what competitors are nearby and what stores you have and which ones are in adjacent cities. And that's going to be important as we have discussions with the community, because it could be that the community says we want a certain type of business. And if the consultant looks around and finds that that business is already close enough to Pacifica that it may not be viable, then that might not work. On the other hand, if there is a opportunity for a business type where you're focusing more on the type of business, say you're interested in a wine bar downtown, or you're interested in a certain type of business, then the firm might take a closer look at what firms in that business sector are looking to expand in the Bay Area and which ones aren't in the area now. And that might be a candidate for someone who might come to Pacifica. So those would be the nature of some of the analysis that would happen. I should also mention too, that my experience with these studies over the years is that inevitably what will happen is they will give you a list of opportunities that the business community and the city can explore, very similar to the ones that you'll hear about later this evening on the marketing study. And I think the thing to keep in mind there is some of the opportunities that are available to the city and to the business community are things that you might find appealing. Some are opportunities that you're kind of lukewarm on, and there may be some that you think, well, it's interesting that that opportunity exists, but it isn't a fit for your community. And I think that's okay. And it's just as the work goes forward and ultimately the final report comes to you, you know, sometime in the middle of next year, you need to kind of think about it in that context. Just because something is defined as an opportunity doesn't mean necessarily fits in your city.
Other questions or comments? Council members, not seeing any. Oh. I did have another question. I'm not sure if it's appropriate at this juncture, but one of the things that we've been hearing a lot about in various city committees is the outdoor adventure opportunity, if you will, in Pacifica. It's a kind of the Bay Area playground with hiking, with the beach and these kinds of things. Would this be the type of, when you mentioned demographics and the current business mix, would this be the kind of information that the consultants would be reviewing as well?
I think that to a certain extent, this study will look at things like that. In other words, what things does Pacifica have that are unique and that would appeal to businesses, and that might help inform them in terms of what businesses would be likely to want to come to Pacifica or would find it appealing. I think there's also a little overlap too in terms of the marketing study that you're going to hear about later tonight, in that also is subject of that study in terms of how you position and market Pacifica. So I think what you're going to see is that it'll be touched upon somewhat in the opportunity study, but in many respects, that may actually be more, touched upon in your marketing study in terms of how the community is presented in the future and how businesses are helped. But I'll let Ms. Carter and Mr. Almeida cover that in more depth later on.
Thank you. Welcome, Councilmember O'Neill.
Hello, sorry for being late, but I thought that I had an appointment in the meeting. I thought it would start at 6 and that's what I had on my schedule, but then it started earlier, so.
Yeah, appreciate it. Okay, City Manager, I'm wondering if I don't see on our agenda that we have public comment on any of these items in the study session, because this is a council study session. But I didn't know if we...
Actually, Madam Mayor, we do have to have one point of public comment at any point that the mayor would like, but there does need to be one point where the mayor asks for public comment.
And that would be both for this portion of the meeting as well as with the open joint study.
No, that would be, that's a different agenda item. So that would have its own public comment period for that as well.
Great, thank you. Thanks for that clarification. Well, I'm thinking maybe we should hear from the public. They heard the same presentation, so why don't we open public comment on this topic? Mr. Montemayor.
Yes, Madam Mayor. I am not seeing any hands raised at this time.
Okay. Give it a second to see. And not seeing any hands, then I'll bring it back to council. One other question that I had, Mr. Mora, is when you mentioned the study would look at the demographics of Pacifica, I'm assuming that would include population, age demographics,
Yes.
ethnicity, income, all of those kinds of categories.
That's correct. I think what will happen is some of that information, as you probably know, is in your annual financial report that Ms. Carter and her team put together. So that'll be probably a starting point. But one of the things that these firms typically look at is, as you point out, the income levels, the population, the age breakouts, the median age, et cetera. And that sometimes influences the type of firms that come into the community, as well as the way that the community is marketed. And again, later on, I'm sure you'll get into that a bit as well. I think in looking just quickly at your demographics, your city is kind of typical of in the Bay Area in terms of its median age, et cetera. But I have worked, in recent years, both with cities that are getting rapidly younger and others that are aging, and that obviously has an impact on the businesses that are interested in coming to town. But you're exactly right; that will be a part of the study.
Okay, great. Are there other questions? Councilmember O'Neill, please go ahead.
Sorry for being late, but I did have, mix up on the calendar. When you make your presentation, are you going to be putting together a marketing brochure, or is that going to be covered in the next section, or what? Because I know last time I looked, we were about the 4th or 5th highest household income in San Mateo County, but it's been a while since I looked at that.
Well, what will happen is, in terms of what the city is going to issue, the request for proposal is, we'll take the draft statement of work that we presented to you in this report, and then any additions or enhancements the council would like to see, we'll issue that to the firms that work in this space, and then they'll present to the city their proposal on how they would analyze this work, how they would involve the public, sort of their approach to the project. And the task for the city staff will be to figure out, of the different firms who want to do this work for Pacifica, which one do they believe is the one that can do the best job as far as analyzing the business opportunities and the economics. I think in terms of marketing, that's really going to be the second part of our study session tonight, where you'll hear from Ms. Carter and Mr. Almeida, and they'll talk about their marketing study and their strategies for moving that forward.
Okay, obviously, I think we are a little different in than a lot of cities in the Bay Area. You go to a San Carlos, San Mateo, whatever, they have, surrounding cities immediately around them, plus they really have access from the East Bay. Pacifica and the whole coast, we only have access on one road, Highway 1. And if you go years ago, back in the 80s, when the slide was closed because of mudslides and rock slides, sales at like Lindemar Center were down as much as 30 to 35%. So I think that could be an argument that the people in Montera, El Granada, Moss Beach are actually shopping Pacifica and part of our, demographics. Maybe they're not on the sign that says population 40,000 people, but they are part of Pacifica because the only way out when they drive in home is Highway 1 to pass Lindemar, so they shop there. And I know retailers, when they want to look at a site, they put a point in and they go 2 miles around. So we're kind of hurt because half of our 2 miles would be ocean with no population. However, I'm guess estimating here, but you could add 10, 12,000 people to our population. And I imagine that would also probably have a fairly high household income down there. I'm not familiar with that, but I would imagine it's fairly high also. So could that be included? Was that included in your study here, the entire, the coast side? Or is that a justification to maybe include those people south of the slide as part of Pacifica's demographics and shopping and potential customers?
I think that's an interesting point, and we could certainly add that to the statement of work, saying that Pacific has unique opportunity there because of the geographics of the community. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that was kind of where I was getting to with my earlier question about the coastal approach. And I do also think we need to factor in some things that may not on the face seem business oriented per se, but that can generate sales or in a related way with regard to our outdoor activities. and the draw that Pacifica has in regard to those. And we, as you mentioned before, we will hear about that in the marketing study a little bit in a few minutes. But I think it's an important point that we have to keep in mind. How does that play into any sort of economic development study, even though, you know, except for parking, perhaps the beach isn't itself a business. It isn't itself a revenue generator. How does it combine with other economic opportunities?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, again, I think that's also an interesting item to add to the mix. Yeah.
Can I make a comment?
Please go ahead. Mhm.
Yeah. Another comment I wanted to make is that when I went to the League of Cities conference, there was a firm there that does something similar to what you're saying, but they also had the ability, and I have since found out that CCAG has an opportunity for the city to buy into this program by monitoring cell phones, and they would be able to see where people come to Pacifica, where they're coming from. Are they coming from Daly City? Are they coming from South City? Whatever. And I think that would be an interesting thing for us to do for our bid group, which is the Hotel Business Improvement District, to actually consider marketing. If we have a lot of people that come from Lodi, they run an ad in Lodi newspaper or Facebook or whatever. Does your firm, if you, I'm assuming from what you said, you're going to probably reply or at least consider RFP. Does your firm have that ability to track the cell phone usage?
Well, I'd say a couple things. First of all, the data that you're describing is in fact commonly used by several of these firms. The retail coach firm that you're talking about uses the Placer AI tool. A couple days ago, Cosmont Companies did a presentation for the International Shopping Centers Conference in Las Vegas, and they were invited by the same vendor to present how they use the Placer tools. So presumably, if, for example, those two companies bid, one of the questions the city could ask is, how do each of you use the Placer tools, and how would you apply it to their? I think you also will find, again, when Mr. Almeida does his presentation, that he also has access to some of this kind of data as well. There also are firms that, as you point out, Councilmember O'Neill, that sell subscriptions to this sort of data that cities can subscribe to either individually or through a group like CCAG, if the city finds that of interest. There's also services that you can subscribe to, that such as LoopNet, for example, that provide information on commercial vacancies and business vacancies that some cities, as part of their economic development programs, subscribe to. Although my guess is that when the economic opportunity study is done, whichever firm you hire will probably use some of the LoopNet data as of when the study is completed to show you what the commercial availability in your community looks like. And then again, going forward, Pacifica could subscribe to LoopNet just as you could subscribe to Placer AI or one of these other services. There's several of them out there.
And this might be, you might not be able to do this, but one of the reasons I think that would be interesting is that could also show us the data in our conversations with GGNRA and their parking at Fairway Park, the issues with different developments in town, that how many people go to certain locations, et cetera. Do you know, can you get it that sophisticated, the marketing data?
Again, in some cases you can, but that's the sort of thing that we can certainly explore with the firms. And actually, when you hear the report later this evening from Mr. Almeida, you'll see that he's already done some of that sort of analysis in terms of using some search statistics to see what parts of California people are checking out Pacifica. And when I read his report, I found some of those results kind of a little interesting, and that there were certain people outside the Bay Area that were thinking of coming to visit you guys. So you're right. This sort of data can be very handy as you not only define your strategies, but also come up with some marketing and some advertising approaches in the future.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to comment on the public engagement piece.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really important topic, right, for our community. And I think we need to kind of go above and beyond when we're doing our public engagement. And so as robust as we can make that, I think it'd be really important when we're building trust in our community. So the more that they can be a part of everything, the better off we're going to be.
Yeah, and Mayor Pro Tem Beer, one thing I wanted to add to that, which has been successful in, for instance, the Beach Boulevard Infrastructure Resiliency Project, is that, and it was mentioned that the council may want to appoint an ad hoc subcommittee to help work with staff on the design of the public engagement component, along with the consultant that's selected. So when we come back with the recommended firm in the March timeframe, part of that item could be to consider appointing that two-member subcommittee to help with that. And I think there's always a silver lining. COVID has sort of slowed or interrupted this project, but this is the type of vision and goals affirmation study where really tabletop, round tabletop discussions with food would be really beneficial, and that kind of engagement, like we did with the Home for All meetings, et cetera, as well as the Sharp Park specific plan and general plan meetings. So it will be an important part. And that's why it's called out as a separate component. Obviously, though, integrated with all the other components.
Nice. And we can also have a hybrid approach, right? Or we're doing both if we can.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Hopefully by March or April or June, we'll be out of this, but who knows, right? I've said that before.
I totally agree with Mary. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro
Go
Tem.
ahead. Yeah.
The public here is very engaged in their community, and that's a huge factor there. I don't know, Mike, sorry, I'm flipping thoughts, but how do you judge on a cell phone where a person is from? I mean, my cell phone is from South San Francisco, and I know a lot of people who might be from Colorado and never changed their phone numbers.
Well,
So how do they determine that?
That's above my pay grade.
Okay.
I just know that
I just was curious because I had all these thoughts about that.
I do know that CK has, I think it's called Streetlight, and Foster City used that to take and determine some of their traffic issues down there. And I just think when we're talking to GGNRA, when we can say something like, 10 or 15% of these people came from Marin County, 15% came from Contra Costa. I mean, if the bid knows that everybody from Stockton comes to Pacifica, you know what I mean? That would be more efficient use of advertising dollars for hotel rooms if they're advertising in Stockton because everybody comes here from Stockton. That's above my pay grade, how they do it.
Okay, I just
do it.
You just sparked my curiosity. Thank you.
Big brother. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the other thing too, to Council Member O'Neill's point, the street line folks, started out in the world of smart parking, where they basically put little rubber sensors in each parking space, and then they can determine how long people park in a certain area or block. And as he points out, because they have the cell phone number, they can figure out where these people are from, et cetera. And one of the things that's really powerful for too, in some cases, not as much for economic development as sometimes in community development, where you can actually determine in different sites or different blocks where the peak traffic is and versus where you might believe it to be. And so a lot of cities, even though they were originally using Streetline to encourage, basically what it does is if you're a consumer and you have the app, the Streetline app, which is free, you can see where the available parking spaces are when you're coming to a town. But on the city side, by also providing that data to the city planners, you can actually see, different trends and where parking is available at different times of day. And that also might influence, wayfinding and signage and other things that you might do to facilitate business commerce in your downtown.
Thank you.
My last question had to do with the combining or consolidating of the 23 different economic locations into 5.
Mm-hmm.
And as I looked at the maps in the packet, and I didn't have any other data, I'm just going off of the little red tags that were shown in each of the maps. It seems that they're geographically consolidated, but they're not equal in size. So that's an obvious statement. When you look at the 5th one, the Pedro Point one, there are far fewer little tags than in the Lindemar. The 4th, if you're comparing, like, for example, the 4th and the 3rd. And I don't know how that bears on the use of the data or the information, how that would be structured. I generally think cutting down from 23 to 5 makes sense. And with regard to your statement about the guidelines that you can't have one business generating more than 80% of the revenue or something like that. It sounds as though there's some scientific method to how you decide to consolidate them. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Sure. The rules about at least 4 businesses and no business with 80% or more is part of state law to keep sales tax data confidential. And so what the state does is it lets cities and others publicly report the data if those conditions are met. Namely, if you're talking about a certain category, like say, home improvement or hardware or restaurants or whatever, and you have more than the 4 businesses or none of them are 80% or more of the total, you can report an aggregate. In other words, you can't tell the public how much each restaurant brings in, but you can tell as a group. Pacifica has 30 restaurants, and as a group they bring in X dollars this quarter or this year. Similarly, you could do that for these geographic areas. And Mayor, you're exactly right. We did construct them in such a way that all 5 of those areas met the tests. The one, and it's interesting that you talked about area 4 and 5, because that was actually one of the discussions we had, is initially we had Pedro Point included in Lindemar, but as we looked at it closer, we realized that there were enough businesses on Pedro Point, it could be broken out separately. And I think the discussion internally with the staff was, since we can break it out, let's break it out, because it has its own unique characteristics. But on some of the other areas, there weren't enough businesses to further divide them out. So what we're looking at was, kind of coming up with a nice blend of having fewer zones, but having in each one enough businesses so we could report out publicly the data. And also part of the goal here, and we talked a little bit about it in the memo, and you'll hear again in the marketing discussion later, is that really what you want to do as you revitalize your economic development program as part of your Vision 2025 and beyond program that the City Council has adopted, is you want to set up an initial report on your business revenues, presumably sometime early next year with all the HDL reports once the geozones are set up and everything. And then hopefully once a year, you can have an economic development update from your fiscal sustainability officer. And then you can have some metrics to see how are we doing, and are we, are certain sectors growing or not, or certain parts of town. And so it's a nice way to create a sort of a baseline this year. And then hopefully you can use this tool. And I think when we began looking at the geozones, I think it was just something where over time, the city seemed to keep adding to them. There was initially 15, and then there were some more, and eventually got to 23. And I know when we sat down and looked at it, and I said, I think 23 are a little high there. So I think this is going to be a much better tool for the city going forward in terms of setting that baseline and then once a year checking in and seeing how your economic development work is doing.
Can I ask a follow-up question to staff for that? Okay.
Sure.
So Kevin, will we then, being we now have these 5 geo zones, which I think is actually a really good idea compared to the 23, are we going to be able to have the records so that if, let's say, the group that's doing merchant nights down in the Art Walk, et cetera, down there in Palmetto Avenue, that we could support them by sending emails out to, the businesses to help them get participating businesses, but also we could send that out to some residences to tell them, hey, this is happening in your neighborhood. Are we going to be able to build our database to support that and keep the records that way? Because I didn't think we were.
Yeah, I'll take an initial stab at that, and Ms. Carter can come on and clarify. But I would say yes, that now that we have these 5 zones identified, then with the business license database, we could organize it based on, or have one of the sorting capabilities be based on these geo zones, and you'd have it broken out that way to shoot messages out. I mean, one of the goals with the business license database is to get as many businesses electronically on board with email, because that makes it very efficient to communicate with them. But I think the answer is yes. There'll probably be a variety of ways we can really leverage the new organization to the geozones.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing additional questions at this point. Seems like maybe an opportune time to turn to the marketing study.
Mayor Beckmeyer, if I could just, so I just did want to recap that in terms of next steps. So we got some good input tonight. We seem to have the statement of work that we can put and translate into the RFP to seek proposals from consulting firms, which we'll do in early, next year. Hopefully come back by March with a recommended firm for approval with the council. The council at that time could also consider appointing a 2-person ad hoc committee related to public engagement design. And then in early 22, either late January, early February, we'll be scheduling another study session to really specifically talk about the 10-year financial forecast, so to have the financial data that underpins this study, along with more analysis and data about the variety of kinds of revenue enhancement measures that could be considered to get further input regarding that component.
Great. And do you feel like with the 10 points that you have in the package about the statement of work, is there a place in there to incorporate the geographic considerations that we were talking about around coastal versus not and that kind of thing? Do we need to add?
I think, Mayor, I think we can certainly add that. And again, there's nothing magic about 10. We can have 11 or 12. So we'll take the comments the council provided tonight and add those to the statement. Absolutely.
Great. Thank you very much. Good.
Great.
All right.
Thank you.
And Mayor, as we turn over, can I just get like 3 minutes?
Take a little break?
Just a tiny one before we start.
Sure.
Thank you.
Of course. Yeah, it's, where's my clock? It's 5:54. Why don't we come back in 5 minutes and see where we are?
Mayor Beckmeyer, we have the following Economic Development Committee members present. Greta Sieglock, Daisy Fong, Beth Lemke, Debbie Hirschlag, and let's see, Robert Foster, and Archie Juden.
Oh, I did see Archie. Okay, great.
And
So
so,
that's
Madam City Clerk, that is a quorum.
That's a total of 6 and is a quorum.
Great. All right then, welcome to the second part of the special meeting. This is the open joint City Council and Economic Development Committee study session to hear a presentation and discuss the Pacifica Business Marketing Study Gap Assessment and Opportunities Report. We'll be receiving a report from the CDA consultants, and we have tonight with us Mr. Almedia. And do we have anyone else?
No, it'll just be me presenting from the agency.
Okay.
Well, before we turn it to Kevin, so if you can give me just a couple of minutes to introduce the item.
I was going to introduce Julia Carter, our Chief Financial Sustainability Officer, and I know we have our city managers here as well. Please go ahead, Ms. Carter.
Okay. So, Madam Mayor and City Council, this is the final component of the Vision 2025 and Beyond project for tonight. And as you just discussed, the longer-term strategic vision for the Vision 2025 and Beyond in the previous study session, we just want to ask you to switch gears for a moment to shorter-term initiatives that we are presenting to you as a result of the marketing study and the 14 opportunities that were identified in the study. And I wanted to ask our city clerk to pull the presentation. I don't see it here. Okay. So we can just go to next slide. And the slide after that. So I would like to just briefly share a background of how this project came to life. The City Council adopted the priority for the fiscal year 21-22 budget to evaluate and implement the economic development initiatives that focus on business assistance, retention, marketing, and economic recovery. And the source of funds for these projects were identified as American Rescue Plan Act, also known as ARPA funds. Following the council priority, in September, the city retained Creative Digital Agency, also known as CDA. It is a professional marketing firm that provides services to several Bay Area cities. And the initial scope of this engagement, really kind of brief study, included the audience and business research, gap assessment, and SWOT analysis. And we asked them to identify gaps in key business segments of Pacifica. And the other scope included identifying potential opportunities and strategies to develop a 2-year marketing implementation plan. And of course, this last piece of the scope is pending of EDC and City Council input and direction tonight. So as part of this project, CDA interviewed local businesses and other key stakeholders in the community. So several of you were interviewed as part of this project, and they presented initial findings at the Economic Development Committee meeting in November. And at that time, committee discussed the findings and provided valuable feedback that city incorporated in the presentation tonight. We can go to next slide. And before I turn this to CDA, I just wanted to briefly mention that one of the opportunities that was identified by CDA at the meeting in November was a Shop Local program, which directly tied to economic development work plan. And I'm really pleased to report that we jumped on this opportunity right away and used specific recommendations and tools that the CDA shared with us to roll out the Shop Pacifica program. The program is still very young. There is still a lot of work left to do to make this robust and sustainable long term. But I'm really happy to report that we, since we published the agenda for the study session last week, we had 8 participating businesses at that time, and you have it in your packets. And today we have 11 businesses that are full activated and participating in the, or listed on the Pacifica map, as you can see here on the slide. And also over the weekend, we have first purchase of 4 Shop Pacifica gift cards. And again, these funds are going back into the community, so we are very pleased about that. And I also want to share that the Shop Pacifica website now has over 1,000 views just in the last few weeks. So just as we promoted this in the Connect with Pacifica and through other outreach efforts. I also want to share that we placed an order with Gifty to print some marketing materials for this program, including planes, window planes, business cards, and customer brochures. And they were designed with the help of CAA and EDC. And we really hope that they will be delivered by Christmas to help with the program. And I just want to take this opportunity to and take a moment to thank EDC Marketing Subcommittee for all their work and effort in the implementation of this Shop Pacifica program. I can tell you that it wouldn't be possible to roll this out so quickly without the efforts and enthusiasm and the energy that they put in the program. And again, as I mentioned earlier, it's still pretty young, a lot of work to do here on an ongoing basis, but it's a very significant milestone. And I just want to, we are very happy to report to Council and to the community today. Next slide. And that's very quickly, just before I turn it to Kevin Almeida with CDA, here's the input that we are looking from you for tonight. Well, first, we would like you to review and comment on 14 opportunities that are presented in this report. We're also looking for direction and authorization for staff to work with CDA to add additional work to develop the 2-year marketing strategy and implementation plan. And in developing this plan, we would like to prioritize opportunity number 1 and number 3, which is workcation and citywide gift cards. And again, Kevin will speak for this a little bit more in his report. But I want to highlight that these 2 opportunities probably, well, we see it as the most significant and immediate impact on our local economy because they will help increase hotel occupancy, increase revenues, and promote local businesses. And with that, I would like to turn it to Kevin, Kevin Almeida, Managing Director with CDA, to present his findings.
Thank you, Yulia. Let me see if I can share my screen. I don't have the share screen option available to me. Is there someone who can give me that permission?
So, Amira, just 1 moment and I'll enable that for you.
Thank you very much. I see it now. Oh. There we go. All right, thank you very much. All right, let me just start presenting here. Thank you all so much. Before I get into it, I want to just thank everyone for your time tonight, Mayor Beckmeyer and council members, and everybody else who has, as Yulia put it, participated and contributed and supported this this whole process since we started several weeks ago. It's really been the participation and the kind of on the feet on the ground insight and perspective of the people in the community that has, I think, makes this a much more real thing, and working in conjunction with the kind of third-party research that we've been doing into Pacifica. So I've been asked to speak for about 20 minutes tonight about this marketing gap assessment and opportunities report. And it's a fairly long report. So this will be more of, in the form of a summary. The written report is obviously available to anyone who wants to see it. And I know a number of people on the call tonight were, as I said, instrumental in producing this. So this will look familiar to a number of people who we've already spoken with about this. But happy to go through kind of the final contents here with contributor contributions and input. So I'm real quickly, the purpose of this document was to identify and assess gaps in key businesses, as Julia said, and really looking for new revenue streams. Finding some quick wins, but also looking at the long term as strategically, like how are we going to start pulling in more revenue into the city? There are 3 target audiences that this is structured around. Number 1 is visitors. That's going to be people who come just for the day and also people who come overnight. Money coming in from the resident population, and also how can we attract prospective new businesses and make existing businesses happy and successful. This is going to be broken down into 3 different components. First, we're going to be talking about the audiences. Then we'll talk about branding and messaging. The way we talk about the city, and lastly, we'll be talking about the actual communications channels, the actual how we're going to be talking about the city. So starting with the audience, we'll start in no particular order with day trippers. These are people who are coming from mostly a local audience coming in from San Francisco, Daly City, San Jose, San Mateo County, and they are not spending the night. Simple as that. Some big challenges that are specific to Pacifica is some of the greatest things about the city. The natural beauty, the beach, the vistas, the surfing, the hiking, the cycling. These are all amazing attractions to get people there. The downside is they don't inherently drive revenue for the city. These are all some things that if a person really wants to, they can do them for free, right? And not spend any money in the city. So if we're talking about how to correctly market to a day tripper audience and how to make the most of that audience, in the short term, that means trying to stretch their stay into a 2-meal stay. If somebody brings a lunch and leaves, right, that's a problem. But if we can create itinerary-based storytelling for them, where we're stretching it to a lunch, activity, dinner, that's a viable amount of revenue spend to justify bringing the person into the city. Similarly, if we could start hosting more events within Pacifica, events are a great way of creating urgency and spending urgency for people who are visiting. They also are more newsworthy because they're only happening on specific calendar days. Secondary is taking day trippers and converting them to an overnight audience. So if somebody is a habitual day tripper, they don't live just outside of town, but they live far enough away that they love visiting, but it's a little bit inconvenient. Well, can we convert those people into what we're going to talk about a little later, the workation or staycation visitor? Demographically, day trippers fall very much into the overall demographic of the area. So there's not a huge discrepancy between the population of Pacifica and the people visiting, which is good. It means that they're going to feel right at home when they come in. And it's, other than Santa Cruz, which of course is kind of its own thing from a tourism standpoint, you'll notice that search trends throughout the years are actually aligned pretty closely with other kind of nearby geographic competitors. Now we switch over to overnight. So if we're looking at what is actually driving people from overnight, these are the geographic areas where we're seeing the most interest. If you were to actually look competitively against other areas that have kind of a similar value proposition for somebody who's thinking about visiting Pacifica, Santa Barbara, Santa Maria, and San Luis Obispo, Pacifica is actually much more competitive than it is in some of these other markets. So that may be a geographic area we would want to focus some advertising or marketing efforts on. If you look at the trends for people who are going through travel websites to stay overnight in Pacifica, overwhelmingly it is family travel, and very little is travel for business. We see that as an opportunity, and we'll talk about that a little more in a minute, because especially with the pandemic, travel for business has really taken on a whole different meaning. But one of the nice things that you'll notice if you do kind of an in-depth search of Pacifica hotel options is that the product is very, very good. People seem very satisfied with what they're getting. What we're perceiving as the value of coming to Pacifica and staying overnight is exactly what people are getting out of their stay. So that's really, really positive and encouraging. So the product and the quality is there. It's just making sure that we are telling people the right story to create the demand for that product. I'm going to break down our visitors into 3 different target personas here. So first we're calling the experience generation. These are people who are millennials or older millennials who have young children in their homes. So these are people who also we want to generate people who are a little bit on the higher income level just because they're going to have more to spend when they visit the city. And these are people who are going to be able to enjoy the various attractions, and they will start building a kind of habitual relationship with Pacifica as their destination and their kind of home away from home. They're also much more experience-minded versus possession-minded, and Pacifica is really all about experience and recreational experiences. If we look at second honeymooners, this is focusing on the kind of romantic getaway aspect of it. People who are a little bit older than the previous persona we're looking at, so maybe empty nesters at this point who have a little more discretionary income, and they're going to be coming possibly for more of like a romantic trip, specifically seeking health and wellness. So, health doesn't necessarily mean health food. It doesn't necessarily mean cycling, but some kind of integration of those 2 things. It's feeling relaxed, feeling rejuvenated, and also then being able to enjoy kind of nature. And as a thought is, down the road, as we're able to kind of drive awareness and kind of appeal with this segment of the population, paving the way for businesses that specialize in this kind of health, wellness, and romance kind of an offering. And lastly is business travelers. So I know that there is a certain degree of overlap with business travelers just because of the proximity to the San Francisco airport. So that's great. But what we're talking about here is actually something else. We're talking about something called workations. So I'm going to read a couple of stats here because we see this as in the near future, a campaign that we would like to start launching. So in high income professions, remote work has been blowing up. Obviously, the pandemic, it went huge. Everybody worked remote. We're all talking online. But this is something that's been growing very, very quickly, especially with these higher income, higher disposable income audiences that are going to have more to spend if they visit. In terms of driving revenue from a visitor population, your big driver is going to be hotels. That's going to be the number one, ticket of money coming in. And if you're staying at the hotel, you're more likely to spend money at a restaurant, et cetera. So it's how do we increase people spending the night at a hotel at a waterfront destination when it's cold, right? That is a big question. Everybody with a beach struggles with that. And one of the things is it's cold, you don't want to go outside, but that's kind of mitigated if you still have an incredible view of the ocean from your hotel room, but you're actually not going necessarily just to surf, you're also visiting Pacifica just to work. Workations is kind of a trending term right now. In fact, it's kind of making headlines just for the sake of it, of how new it is. If you look, starting with the pandemic, search interest in this term blew up. And what it means is you're working remotely as if you're working from home, but instead of just being trapped in the 4 walls of your house or your home office, your apartment, you're actually in a beautiful location like Pacifica. And so you're doing your normal 9 to 5, work day, but you're looking out the window and there's the ocean. And so this is something that, especially for a destination like Pacifica, where that would be financially achievable for somebody to do in the off season, that would be a great tactic for kind of mitigating vacancies in hotels during the off season. So these are kind of some of the benefits that we're covering with a campaign like this. I think deliverable number 2 of our engagement with Pacifica is we're going to be talking about kind of a visual motif, taglines for doing this, and different ways that we could actually promote workations in Pacifica. But yeah, there's a lot of benefits. Number 1 being that if we look at how this fad is trending right now, phenomenon, I should say, is trending. It's primarily being driven by people 40 plus with a high household income. There's exactly the kind of people you want to come who are going to be staying at a hotel, playing golf, shopping at your restaurants, and actually spending money within the city. And this is equally desirable for single or married. If it's a married couple that has a one income spouse, then the other spouse is going to be shopping during the day, which is an added benefit. Another opportunity that was identified on our previous call was conferences. So the steps to making this is obviously a great thing if we can pull it in. The steps necessary for driving in revenue from conferences is going to be identifying appropriate venues within the city, partnering with local restaurants that can provide catering services, things like that, and then conquesting on similar appropriate conferences in Half Moon Bay in particular. So people who are deciding to hold a conference in Half Moon Bay, getting ahead of that and reaching out to them and basically, just having kind of a sales negotiation of convincing them that Pacifica is going to be a better option for them. And some of the attractions that we can offer are, golf. There's a beautiful golf course here in Pacifica, as well as team building activities like hikes and cycling. Next audience we'll be talking about are Pacifica residents. Yuli already went into some details on the Shop Local program, but one of the things we wanted to focus on with residents is how to bring the city together. Something that came up again and again was that there are all these different distinct neighborhoods throughout the city, and we want to make sure that the people don't get too comfortable only shopping in their backyard. So we put together a couple of suggestions, both in terms of messaging, but also in terms of how just organizing the newsletter and some different tactics that can be used to try to get people to step outside their comfort bubble and experience the rest of the city. I mean, it may feel far away, but it seems like it's only a handful of miles to get from one end to the other. So if we can make a day out of it, make an event out of it, or have people do kind of a show and tell from one little neighborhood to the next, bringing their wares, that would be a great way of kind of unifying the city and making sure everybody knows everything that there is to offer, and also just unifying communications. So citywide e-gift cards, Shop Pacifica, we did a little bit of art for this. As Julia mentioned, this has been launched since the last time we talked. And yeah, this is a great opportunity for encouraging habitual local dollars being spent. If you're going to be getting your employees Visa gift cards for Christmas this year, maybe get them Shop Pacifica gift cards instead. And for any visitor, for example, if a hotel were to offer a Shop Pacifica gift card as a promotion for staying during the off season, if that not only means that is money that would get spent in the community, but that also further incentivizes a follow-up visit if the person doesn't fully spend their gift card while they're there. Challenges and opportunities for businesses. Briefly, we'll cover this. The number one is foot traffic. We talked about the primary kind of businesses that we're talking about strategically right now is additional retail options, especially kind of fun and unique or even high-end retail options. How do we get those people to set up shop here with as was brought up, when one direction is ocean, right? The potential source of traffic. So really we want to take a long-term approach in terms of building up business options here. To get businesses to want to set up shop here, we've got to increase foot traffic. In order to increase foot traffic, we've got to increase visitors, right? The plus side is the residence side is growing. Residents population is becoming more affluent, younger, and that's going to start bringing in also more interest from other businesses as well. So that's kind of our vision right now. Start increasing overnights, start increasing visitors. More visitors paves the way for more businesses. This is talking about we're looking at millennials. And again, millennials, a lot of people still think of millennials as kids. Millennials basically just means you're under 40. At this point, these are people who are homeowners and with children at this point. And so it's looking at just kind of the kind of direction we would like to go with businesses. Next, I want to jump into the branding. So if we look at the way Visit Pacifica is currently branded, a pretty cool place. We actually like that branding. It ties both into the kind of fun, energy, and personality And also the fact that it's kind of like, cool and refreshing on a really hot summer day. Here we have a comparison of Pacifica versus Half Moon Bay, which we're identifying as the core kind of competitor for someone who is prospectively visiting this destination. And in green here, we've highlighted areas of advantage. I'm not going to go in too much detail through all of these logos and our recommendations for Shop Pacifica here. We had some recommendations for ways to promote Shop Pacifica on banners in Palmetto and workations using banners in Sharp Park. Lastly, I'm going to go through different communication channels recommendations we have here and opportunities there. Number one, the city web presence and specifically the Visit Pacifica website. These are great. They're already coming a long way, but I think that there are a couple of suggestions here in terms of visual search that could be implemented on the website. And as we're implementing Shop Local, there is a page for Shop Local, but we want to make sure that that page focuses on both the why and the how. Currently, it's a directory, which is obviously a really valuable resource, but we want to ensure before people get to a directory, they have a why and a how to Shop Local to kind of better arm themselves with, if they don't know a specific business they're looking for, this maybe would help them along. Also, making sure that local communications are really strong. We want to make sure that the newsletter, the Connecting with Pacifica newsletter, is your best, most cost-effective way of reaching residents. And so it's just making sure that as an initiative and as just a cultural mindset, we want everyone to subscribe to this. Because this is going to be a really strong way of getting the word out about special events, promotions. Businesses can get the word out about what they are doing. I know different business organizations voiced that some of them were struggling a little bit to feel like they could, how to communicate with the broad community. The more we can promote this and the reading of this, that's a really great cost-effective way to reach an owned audience of residences. And in social media, there's a lot of beautiful work happening here on social media, but with a little more investment of resources in social media, I think that could start to really start driving more interest because especially on Instagram, you have an enormous strength in the beautiful, beautiful visuals that you have. And so making sure that not just posting the visuals, but also interacting, being social and proactive with photographers, with the community, with prospective visitors who have their own audiences, and using social media as a channel for outreach, sharing user content, bringing people into Pacifica to raise awareness that way. That would also go a long way to bringing in this visitor population we're talking about. And bloggers and influencers. From a travel and hospitality perspective, this is one of the #1 channels we would want to explore. When we see bloggers, I'm not saying, some teenage girl, waving at the camera. This is something that we want to attract people who are going to be doing the activities we're trying to drive. So we're looking at people who are going to be age appropriate and are going to be looking for the kind of activities that we want to promote in Pacifica. And lastly, we'll leave with a couple of recommendations. #1, in the off season, crab is a very viable thing. And there's this amazing pier. It would be great to do a crab festival and pop-up markets. This is something where we could very quickly create awareness and urgency and make something a little bit different, a little bit special for having one business from one part of town promote in another part of town, make it special to get people out shopping local, or even inviting people who are maybe entertaining the thought of opening up a business in Pacifica, could kind of have a trial run and meet the people and see how great the community is. And this is a summary of the opportunities we've discussed. With that, I think I will turn it over for questions. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. Council members, I'll start, actually council members and EDC members. And I think maybe we had another EDC member join us, city clerk. I was kind of scrolling through my screen as the small screen tonight, but I think I counted 8. Am I
Yes,
right?
Mayor Beckmeyer, we've since had Nick Human, EDC member, join us as well.
Great, thanks so much. Thanks for being here, EDC members. So I would like to give everyone the opportunity to ask questions. We'll do our best, and Mayor Pro Tem always backs me up on seeing hands raised that I'm not seeing. Right now, I am seeing Daisy's hand is raised and Beth Lemke. So why don't you go ahead, Daisy?
Hi, how are you? Hey, Kevin, thanks. So I know when you presented EDC, there was a lot of information for us to absorb. And so I was able to look at the presentation again. And one of the things that I was kind of curious about, which wasn't clear on the presentation, is what was besides the stakeholder interview, who were the stakeholders, especially when it comes to defining what the business challenges were? I'm not sure who you were referring to. Were you able to get to Kimco? Were you able to get to really large businesses that have a big influence in Pacifica? So that wasn't clear. It wasn't really laid out who your stakeholders were and who you talked to draw a lot of your conclusions. Another thing that I wasn't really clear was that what were the independent research that you used to validate and support your conclusions? And then any hard data, because I know, like, for example, the city has data on the sales type by business industry. So when you kind of recommend type of businesses, you know, were you looking at sales data to see how we as a community, you know, where do we shop? Where are the gaps based on the sales data? If we have a business type that's not getting sales, why is that? So I think I was expecting a little bit more robust, and maybe this was just not defined in the beginning, something a little bit more robust that had a little deeper research. And I mean, some of the things that I could point to was then when you showed us some of the website data, it kind of shows like, oh, these people are searching here, but what was the search terms, you know? And what was your source? And that was a lot of things that were missing, is like the source of some of that information. So that's kind of my feedback on the presentation.
Sure. I mean, and that's not a problem at all. We can with relatively little time, we can go in and make sure that there's citations, and we could also include a slide that's a full list of all of the interviews that were held in the community as well.
And yeah, you also mentioned surveys, and like you did a survey to understand, like from who was it? Travel Expedia. You did a survey and you came up with these percentages, and it's like, do you have the survey that was sent to them, and could we see the actual results?
So sure, that wasn't a survey, like an active survey of travel of MetaSearch users. That was an audit. I may have misspoken if I said survey. That was an audit of that data.
Surveying, so that's why I thought you actually did.
No, I understand the confusion. It makes perfect sense. Yeah, so I'm happy. Okay. Yeah, it was an audit of that data. Yes. Okay. And in terms of the sales data, yeah, the sales data was provided. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Julia.
No, I just wanted to jump in to add that Kevin and his team worked directly with us, with staff, to identify the list of stakeholders. So we actually reached out to quite a few business owners and identified who would be really valuable stakeholders in this project. And I also wanted to mention again that we reported the commencement of the study in September to the city, to the EDC. And in November, we already brought the results. So this was never meant to be a robust, in-depth, long study that takes months and months. So for the duration of just few weeks, so that's the initial snapshot and SWOT analysis. And that's partially why one of the recommendations that we have in front of you today to kind of expand on this and develop the robust marketing plan.
Yeah, and I think that would be great then if, you know, as part of this, so this is kind of the initial swipe, but as part of this, as we dig into the recommendations, can we do more study to validate the recommendations that were being used? And then, like I said, I think it really would be helpful to understand what stakeholders were interviewed, so we understand where some of that feedback and that information is coming from.
Yeah, no, thanks.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I want to say thanks to Daisy, and I appreciate the insight, and I don't think it's going to be at all a problem to provide, you know, more. It's something that I think, because we've been working kind of in close partnership with Brian and Julia, But we'll include that for, the public facing document. That's not a problem. We'll include the full list of people that were consulted for this.
Okay, Beth Lemke. And then I think I saw Councilman Big Stick, was it? Did I see your hand? Okay.
You did. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Beth.
Hi there. Thank you, Kevin, for your presentation. It helps for me to see things twice, so I think it sunk in. And thank you to Yulia for getting the ball rolling and shepherding this. As you reconfirmed, this was a rather quick project just to get things going and to take advantage of, time is of the essence right now to get things going. So one of my questions is, Kevin, did CDA help develop or just sort of accentuate the logo for the Shop Pacifica? Because it looks familiar, but it looks a little jazzed up.
Yeah. We were asked to do just that. We came in with, I think it was six different variants. Some of them were completely original, just using the colors that were already associated with the program, and some were deliberately meant to be just, hey, we're going to take the work that's already been done, and we'll kind of do an evolution on that, like what that would look like in the gift card program. And that was the one that was selected.
Yeah, I like it. I as I've mentioned in EDC, I like going the whale direction. Mm-hmm. So it looks great. And so that leads me to my other question, which is, as part of this report, is there also going to be recommendations or a proposal from CDA to implement or to guide us along? Because that's a concern of mine, that somehow this report is going to, lead to a lot of excitement, and then it's going to be like, okay, if the EDC doesn't get working and make this happen, then
yeah. Well, ultimately, the next steps is going to be up to you guys. But as part of our engagement, the next step is a 2-year marketing plan, and that's going to go through, I imagine, a similar process to this of review recommendations and approvals, where we'll put together a project schedule for 2 years. We'll put together our key performance indicators or KPIs. So these are the actual numbers and objectives that we are searching for, that we think that Pacifica should be trying to hit, and then different kind of tactics and services, media buying, PR, creative work, and then there would be labor costs and hard costs associated with each of those. And then that would just kind of go through again, kind of a review and approval process. And then you would have a 2-year marketing plan. And then what you choose to do with that ultimately is going to be up to you guys.
Okay, I'm sorry. My dog is now fighting for stage time here on the microphone. But okay, so that sounds to me like, okay. Can you clarify? Does that it's a 2-year plan? Mm-hmm. But if accepted, CDA start implementing and managing, and for example, if we decide that part of the plan is to do these pop-up markets, CDA would sort of make sure that it happens. We don't have 2 years to.
So let me jump in here if I understand your question correctly. So in your reports and on the last slide of the presentation, you saw 14 opportunities. Obviously, it will take a lot of time to implement. If you told us right now we want all 14 right now or in a year or two. So we want your feedback of what out of these opportunities, what you're most interested in, and that will give me enough direction as a staff member to return to CDA and figure out and work together what this marketing plan will be that actually fits the needs of the community and the desires of the City Council and Economic Development Committee. So with your feedback right now, the next step will be to develop this marketing plan and implementation strategy. And that's the contract we will be bringing forward to City Council, assuming that that's the direction you want to go tonight. So I hope that makes sense. the part of the initial scope, CDA was going to provide the marketing strategy, but we don't, so they identified opportunities. We need to define a little bit further what the strategy is going to be and in what order.
Right, right.
And that's the feedback we are looking from you right now.
Okay. So by right now, write this. So we're actively giving you input, feedback right now. This isn't just the question period, and then we're going to
exactly.
have
So we are taking notes right now. So if we can pull up the slide of 14 opportunities, and you can look at it again and say, well, opportunity. I'm making up stuff right now. Like
yeah. There we go.
We are not interested in. Don't pursue.
Okay. Well, I don't want to take up too much time, but I certainly have some thoughts on this. As I alluded to, I'm, a big concern for me is seeing the whatever we decide to go with, to see it to fruition and not to have it fall on the back of the EDC. I feel strongly that the Economic Development Committee should be an advisory committee, and we're not an agency. So I want to make that clear. That's my. And I don't.
That's exactly why we are having this
that's what I
discussion
signed
right now.
For. Yeah, cool. Okay. And I also would like to know, we can, I can look at these and say I like, whichever ones I like and whatnot. But do we need to weigh it with regard to what budgeting we have available? I know we've got the ARPA money, but there's also TOT, right? So things that fall into, hotel or visitors, overnight visitors or whatever could maybe be TOT monies that could be added to this. I mean, does that make sense? Like kind of understanding.
It does, but it's a little bit too premature to define the budget. I think we just need your input right now, what these opportunities would look like, what out of this list, what you're most interested in. And then let's start to massage it a little bit and see what it will look like.
Yeah. I'm certainly very interested in events and activities. Pop-up markets, people are already doing that. So if there's a way to, just add some gas to their engine that's already going organically, that's awesome. I think that, we're doing the citywide gift card, so that's awesome. And I want to just say again how thrilled I am that got going. And I think like our newest EDC members helped fuel that. And I was with YIFTY when they first got off the ground like a decade ago. So I know they're legit. Unique neighborhoods, I think that's cool, but I think that kind of needs to tie in with the activities and pop-up markets. So unique neighborhoods, but you kind of have to have stuff going on in those unique neighborhoods that is a little eye-catching. And I made a note here of like eye candy, because one of the things that I believe, although anecdotal, because I certainly haven't done a citywide survey myself, but I know in Rockaway we have issues with signage, and we get to the point where we're just throwing up our own A-frames, and Tina from planning would probably is horrified, but we're doing what we can to get attention for ourselves. And there's been challenges around the monument sign, but it's looking much better these days. And so eye candy being not just signage, but things, even events I would consider eye candy. People are attracted to where the people are and what's going on, and it just creates energy. And so I think that's really important, sort of overall, like the banners is kind of a piece of that. So yeah, shop local. I appreciate what Daisy was saying about, where's the research, analytics and all that. And I think that's very important. But I also think that we need to just shoot something out of the cannon and get going with this. So we can analyze along the way, but I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to do a time check. So we only have 15 minutes and we have a lot of hands.
Okay, thank you. I can't see all the hands, but I think I saw Greta's.
Yes, and thank you guys so much. I'll try to go really quickly because because I know we're kind of short on time. Thanks again for putting this together. So I think out of all of these opportunities listed here, the ones that would be most cost effective while being most impactful are around the web presence and social media. I think what would also be helpful with that is the Yifty gift card, the Shop Local campaign is kind of folded into that. And it's, we could rely on the local businesses to a point to help be our own influencers. Like they would be excited to share about like the Shop Local Pacifica program. Like they become our own influencers. And then I think the most long-term impactful would be to attract new businesses. But if we can get a really great kind of rapport going online with our current businesses, I think that would help in that second goal. So that's my really quick 2 cents.
Thank you, Greta. Mayor Pro Tem, can you see other hands for me?
Yeah, Debbie and then Robert.
I'm sorry, unmuting issues. So I'll go quickly like Greta did as well. So first of all, I agree with her on the kind of there's several things that are around communication that I think can be all folded together and done relatively cost effectively. They probably need a champion or a spearhead to sort of fold them together and work on them. But I think today, especially if you're attracting millennials, they find out about us through social media and through web. So that's, I think, get going on that one ASAP. The second thing is on the conferences piece, and I mentioned this last time when we first met with Kevin, is this idea of sports tournaments in town. I think it's not exactly the same, but it's similar in that you've got people coming into town, and can we get them to stay and shop and eat in addition to play baseball or swim or whatever they do while they're here. So I would add that as well. And the third thing is when we get to the unique neighborhoods piece, I really think that's part of our planning discussion for the city. Because I think if we're looking at where we're going as a city and we have a vision of Palmetto being something and Lindemar being something, it really does need to get into our whole kind of planning discussion about what kind of businesses we would ideally like where. And, you don't do that overnight, but as space opens up or new construction happens, we're thoughtful about what businesses are going in there and being more influential versus just whoever signs the lease first. So I feel like there's a planning discussion in the unique neighborhoods thing. I don't know how they jive together, but that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Robert?
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Great. Hey, Kevin, thanks for sharing. I had a couple questions. If you had to ruthlessly prioritize, is it about driving more people to Pacifica or maximizing the people that are already coming?
I think that from what we've heard is the most immediate source of revenue is going to be trying to increase off-season hotel occupancy. Will be the shortest path into revenue. And then, as I think Yuli pointed out, increasing Shop Local is something we definitely want to embrace because it's right there, right? It's going to be something that's going to immediately achievable. But obviously, there is a long-term component in improving Shop Local as well. So yeah. I mean, that would be my number one. If we're jumping into like next business quarter, like for Q1 of 2022, right? I would say off-season occupancy is going to be your best bet of short-term revenue.
Gotcha. So I think with that kind of like knowing that what we're trying to do is get people to spend, I guess, more time here and really highlight all that Pacifica has to offer beyond just the day tripping. I think social media is a great way to get that out, and the events. I think those are both ways to pull people in. And then as far as like driving our businesses, I think that also will help give them either a forum for communication or something else that's going to get people out into the community.
Okay, thank you. I want to give council members a chance, and also we need to have public comment. So council members, if you have anything you want to add in or questions, comments,
Why don't you go public comment first and then council?
All right, good suggestion. Mr. Montemayor, are you ready?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Then we'll
We'll give
open
the
public
public a few
comment.
moments to raise their hands. And I'm seeing no hands raised at this time. Oh, I have one hand raised by Christine Bowles.
Okay.
Christine, you may now unmute yourself.
Good evening, council and staff and Economic Development Committee. This is really exciting to hear all these ideas and to look at ways that we can generate some income for the city. I just wanted to add, like, just in terms of enticing visitors, I've made a point of trying to invite family members recently, like from the Sacramento area, and trying to put together a day or two of activities in Pacifica. And I'm just thinking about like traveling on United Airlines and how they have the articles of 3 perfect days in a particular town, and how much I like to read that. And I think there are ways that we can disseminate that kind of information and make for some fun planning to encourage people to even stay maybe even more than one night, because we do have a lot here to offer. So I'll just throw out some of the ideas that we did were around history, because at least this family was really into that. So like visiting the Sanchez Adobe and their brand new visitor center, which has great activities for kids too. The Sanchez Art Center nearby, doing the Portola hike, lunch at our brew pubs, and then, really tying into the Historical Society and a visit to their museum and the train model, tasting the Pacifica Jack cheese and learning about that history, the antique shopping on Palmetto, strolling on the Ocean Shore Railroad track to different locations, where the train used to run, and dinner at Valley Mar Station. I think there's some themed things is what I'm trying to say that we could do that could really show that we have so much to offer in this town that to entice visitors and to have them stay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect bad time.
Okay,
There's no more hands raised at this time.
great. So we'll bring it back to council members. Mr. O'Neill.
Hi, I think it was a good presentation. I saw it earlier. I think that Kevin, when doing his planning, needs to reach out to some of our other partners, okay? The San Mateo Convention Visitors Bureau does take hotel reservations. We are a member. I recently talked to them because they did a whole article on coastside restaurants with a view. We were not mentioned. So I notified them and they immediately added Nick's. So I think you need to reach out to some of our partners, the San Mateo County Convention and Visitors Bureau, because they even have suggestions on how to do a Facebook page and a technical advisor on how to do social media. I think we also need to look at not having stuff in a very, linear fashion. I think we need to try to be building up our social media presence, and then we have an event like Redwood City has beer in the park, well, with music, and they have inflatable games. They even have an inflatable beer pub, and they put a beer in the park. We could have beer at the beach, okay? And there's a play thing there for the kids to play with. I agree with, I think it was either Greta or Debbie mentioned the sports teams. There's a lady that's now down in Redwood City doing a business of bringing sports teams to San Mateo County Fields, because the Convention and Visitors Bureau has realized that's an untapped resource for a lot of there. And we have a competition-sized swimming pool at Oceana where they all have 500 kids show up, for a swim meet, and every hotel room here is booked. I think but I think it's important to work on beefing up our social media. And I think now that we, according to Kevin, be able to sort our business districts by categorization and filtering, that it might be good for, let's say, the restaurants on Pacific Manor. If we can have everybody that's on Connect with Pacifica, there's a $10 off coupon for every restaurant in Pacific Manor, some promotion, or for May 5th, Cinco de Mayo at Pacific Manor or every Mexican restaurant in town. So I think we need to exercise and look at that. Those are kind of some of my suggestions.
Other council comments? I did want to offer a couple of perspectives. One thing that we've heard about, I know Mayor Pro Tem participated with Cindy Abbott on an age-friendly business and general age-friendly group. But specifically age-friendly business practices, I'm looking at practice page 32, the demographic consideration of day trippers. And one of the things that struck me but didn't surprise me was the average age in Pacifica, the median age was the highest on this chart. And I think we need to look at that. While I do agree, and so this goes back to Daisy's original points about data and analytics. This site on this was US Census Bureau 2019. So I don't know if the current census data were available to you at the time, if we have an update to this information. But I think we do need to be looking at that, because I think our age is high on this chart, and in general, we know that. But we also see one of the higher incomes on this chart as well. So I think digging into how much of that is millennials, how much of that is retirees, active retirees in our own residents, as well as who we draw to the community. So that's something I wanted to throw out there. And then, and it's the same kind of concept under the residents on PAC at page 44, where you refer to stakeholder interviews and the shifting demographics. I think I think my general comment is, I think we need to get a good handle on our demographics for visitors as well as for our residents, and dig deeply into that. Councilmember Big Stick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to take a moment to thank EDC for being here, and my only regret being we don't get to do this in person. So hopefully not too late into next year, those opportunities will present. So thank you all for being here. And thank you, Mr. Almeida, for being here as well. Appreciate it. Yulia, did you get the feedback that you wanted on that list of 14? I know that we seem to be wrapping it up, but did you get what you needed?
I believe so, yeah. So I didn't see any opposition from, going against staff's recommendation of opportunity 1 and 3. And I definitely took notes of additional opportunities that everybody mentioned. So I think I have enough.
Yeah, I would reiterate the statements that were made. I didn't state them again because I agreed with them, but around the prioritizing social media and the chart that shows our contacts relative to other communities, I think that's some low-hanging fruit.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And if I could add a little bit, I would really like to. I think, when we're prioritizing social media and using bloggers and influencers, it might be good to use local champions, maybe some kinds of podcasts, something like that. So we feature actual people from Pacifica when we're talking about Pacifica. And then if you're going to look at the banners on Palmetto, we need to start all over again, because they're tiny, they're ripped up, you can't even read them. So that would be I don't want to put more banners on Palmetto that nobody can see. So thank you. And thank you, EDC, for being here tonight. You have no idea how much that helps, because we really, really appreciate you.
Thanks so much. Mike, did you have something else to close with? Nope. All right. Thank you,
Mayor
EDC.
Beckmeyer?
Yes.
Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I just wanted to make sure, because one of the specific directions we need, particularly from the 5 council members, is the understanding that we're going to negotiate additional contract work with CDA for developing the 2-year marketing implementation plan. So that's a direction specifically that we wanted from council tonight and understand. I didn't hear any sort of opposition to that, but I just wanted to be explicit that that's what our next step will be.
I think taking into consideration the points that were made about data and sources and such, yeah, I didn't hear anything against that idea. Council members, do you have any feedback or anything to add?
I don't know if that's really a fair question because we don't have any idea what are you going to ask them to do and what parts of the contract. You know, what's the RFP look like that you're going to be sending out? So that's my concern. I have no problem with you negotiating a contract with them, but it'll have to come to council for approval. We can peruse it then.
Yeah, Ms. Carter can chime in, but the idea was to take all the input about the various priorities and roll those into a scope of work for a 2-year implementation plan, negotiate that with CDA, and then if that contract, of course, exceeds my signing threshold, it would come back to the council for approval, and it probably, I presume it would. So
I think maybe we need a little bit more robust discussion from council members about what they would like to see in the contract or what they have. Because when I went to the conference, there seems to be, and I'm not picking on Kevin and his group. I mean, I don't know what they're capable of because no one's told me, you know what I mean? So I'm not picking on you. But I mean, there was some stuff that was available from other firms that, can Kevin do that? What's his track record? Some of his other clients and references, if he could supply that. Because this is an important aspect of what the council is looking at, economic development and 2-year contract. I mean, let's face it, nobody heard of a workcation 2 years ago. You know what I mean? And markets move, they're not like house numbers. So I think we just need more information for us to really make a commitment to Kevin or anybody for that matter. I mean, if you brought in some of the other names mentioned by the other Brian, you know, I wouldn't want to make a commitment to any of them either.
Well, let me clarify, because this will be an important get direction from all 5 council members, is CDA has done some initial work. We have input about the 14 different types of strategies. And the idea is to take that, put that into the scope for developing a 2-year marketing strategy that highlights those points made by EBC and the council tonight. If we did that and we brought that scope and the cost back to the council always has the option to not approve a contract. And at that point, we would need to go back then and solicit other proposals or go through a formal RFP process, which certainly would take longer. We're trying to sort of move efficiently on this, but I guess I at this point need to get sort of majority direction from the council.
Okay, council members. So one thing that I wanted to understand and make sure we're linking this shorter term activity that we're discussing with the marketing strategy with the Vision 2025 conversation that we had earlier tonight. Because it seemed like there were, kind of the Venn diagram, there's a certain amount of overlap there. But my impression was, with regard to this potential for developing a certified economic development study and that sort of thing, it struck me as being a larger process within the Vision 2025, and that this marketing project we're discussing just now is a subset of that. Is that a fair statement?
I think that's accurate. I mean, to put it in the context of Vision 2025, what this marketing work and the short-term sort of low-hanging fruit items, such as increasing midweek or off-season hotel occupancy, what that translates into is a different type of revenue enhancement strategy. And so there's another component of Vision 2025 is, are there ballot measures that we need to be looking at? And at the same time, you need to be showing to the community that you're pursuing these other revenue enhancement strategies, such as economic development, increasing hotel occupancy and such. So that's one of the ways to look at the connection, the Venn diagram, as you put it so well there, between the two.
Okay, so a contract that you want to negotiate with CDA would be limited priorities to building an internet presence, social media would be the two main focuses.
Well, I think there were several other related items. The workations, the shop Pacifica were
local, yes.
Yeah, right, that would all be part of. I have no problem with those items. Okay, I think they're a great start, but just because we hire, and please, Kevin, I'm not picking on you. You just happen to be the guy in the little cube here, you know. There's nothing precluding us from looking at bigger scheme that maybe services Kevin doesn't provide or is, you know, just isn't part of his wheelhouse, correct?
Yeah, and there could be, again, tying back to the Vision 2025 study and the economic opportunities component, out of that work, there could be additional very specific economic development strategies that flow out of that, such as targeting attraction of certain types of businesses to Pacifica. And so that wouldn't, you know, that could be work that is beyond the sort of immediate short-term 2-year focus that the contract with CDA would address, and or would augment that contract or be a different firm. I mean, I think we could cross those bridges when we get there, but the idea here is to be able to move now on these low-hanging fruits and other strategy ideas that is in the CDA report that you've all discussed.
I think given having been on economic development now for several years, I think the issue is that we've never had, you know, permanent staff doing it. It's been entirely relied on volunteers. So yes, I do agree that having a professional firm monitor it and be a, you know, with social media and all the other things that they were talking about is worthwhile. So I guess I don't have a problem with negotiating something with CDA.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you have something to add? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think the work that CDA has provided us so far is really beautiful. And then with the information that what like Daisy asked for and others asked for, you know, to show us like the robust kind of process that you went through and then what you're going to be going through. I'm talking to you now, Kevin. I really am happy with the work that you brought us, and I'm very happy with developing a scope of work. So I'm good with the direction.
If I may just add.
Go ahead, sorry, Eli.
One quick thought. So whatever the marketing strategy that we are going to develop and bring back to you in the form of scope of work is not going to be set in stone. So as we make more progress on the greater vision and strategy for the Vision 2025, and as this vision develops, we can definitely adjust the marketing strategy, how we are going to market it or implement or what we're going to tweak in the process. So just to add to Councilmember O'Neill's comment here. So whatever we develop is going to be fluid and living document. So as we go.
Okay.
I think it was good, and I liked all the ideas. I think we need to move forward because we're losing time. I was on economic development myself for many years, and we tried different things and we didn't succeed. So I think that these are some really good ideas that can help us move forward. And what I think, get Pacifica on the map. I know that we're getting better recognition now than we did before. I think people are responding to Pacifica in a different manner. People want to come here. So when they want to come here, let's get them to spend money here. And thank you for all the effort that you put in, and the committee and Kevin and Yulia and everyone working, and Kevin working together to get this moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, council, we're good? We're in agreement? Yes, thumbs up? Okay, very well then. Thank you very much, everyone, for attending and your input. We are running a little late to start the regular part of our council meeting, but I still want to take a 3-minute buffer break and then we'll be back. So let's take 3 minutes. Thank you. To our regular meeting of the Pacifica City Council for December 13th, starting at 7:15 p.m. Will we have roll call, City Clerk Coffee?
Yes, so I'll start with Councilmember Big Stick.
Present.
Councilmember Vaterlos.
Here.
Councilmember O'Neill. Mayor Pro Tem Beer.
Here.
Mayor Beckmeyer.
Here.
And I'm sure Councilmember O'Neill will be joining shortly.
Oh, he just switched from one box to the other. I think he might have had some technical difficulties.
All right. Councilmember O'Neill.
Mike, you're muted.
I'm here.
Okay, all council members are present.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Beckmeyer, may I make a few statements regarding tonight's meeting format?
Please.
This meeting is being held by video conference with no physical location open to the public pursuant to the provisions of Government Code Section 54953 as amended by AB 361, which authorizes teleconference meetings under the Brown Act during certain proclaimed states of emergency. The public can observe and participate in the meeting via the Zoom link provided in the agenda or by the phone to the dial-in number and webinar ID provided in the agenda. The meeting may also be observed live on local TV channel 26 or online at www.cityofpacifica.org/live stream. For this meeting, live verbal public comments may be made through participation by Zoom. Members of the public can use the raise hand button to indicate that you wish to speak on an agenda item or during oral communications when the mayor calls upon that item. For those participating by phone, use *9 to raise your hand to request to speak. *6 will unmute yourself when called upon by the city clerk. City clerk will call upon speakers at the appropriate time, allowing you to unmute by calling your screen name or the last 4 digits of your phone number if you're dialing in. Please clearly state your full name for the record at the start of your comment. Written and email public comments will not be read during the meeting, but will be made part of the written record and provided to council members. There were no email public comments received by noon today for this meeting. The format of this meeting may be altered or the meeting may be canceled. If needed, you may check on the status of the meeting by visiting the city's website at www.cityofpacifica.org.
Great, thank you. And I will read our land acknowledgement. The City of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone people, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone people for their enduring commitment to Mother Earth. As the indigenous protectors of this land, and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as caretakers of this place, as well as for all people who reside in their traditional territory. We affirm their sovereign rights as First Peoples and wish to pay our respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone people. And I will do the salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Tonight we have a special presentation. We have the HIP Housing Annual Calendar presentation, and I believe Laura Fanucci is here tonight. Oh, there you are. Hi, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Welcome, Mayor Beckmeyer, members of the council and city staff. I'm Laura Fanucci, the Director of Programs at HIP Housing. I just very much would like to thank you for your continued support of our affordable housing programs, most especially our home sharing program. And as our token of appreciation, we will be delivering to you a HIP Housing 2022 calendar, which I think Sarah was going to show, hopefully, but you can see some of the, oh, here we go, nice. There we go. This is our 20th year of producing the calendar, where kindergartners through 5th graders draw a picture of their home and then write a statement about what their home means to them. Last Wednesday evening, we honored the winners of the calendar contest. We received 100 drawings from students and we picked the 12 winners. And one of the winners is Mariana. She's in 2nd grade in Pacifica, and she's featured on the month of June. And she says, my home means everything. My friends live above our house and my family is with me. Having a safe place to call home has been the mission of HIP Housing for well over 40 years. In fact, next year, we're going to be celebrating our 50th year in our community. We currently have 24 individuals in Pacifica who are residing in a home sharing match, and half of them are older adults. We're most proud that recently we matched a caseworker who works for Life Moves, We matched him with an older adult homeowner in Pacifica who ended up reducing his rent so that he could live in Pacifica and stay close to his job. And then what happened is he referred one of his clients to the program. He's a gentleman who had been homeless for over 4 years. And with the help of Life Moves, the gentleman was able to secure employment while HIP Housing was able to match him with a homeowner in Pacifica. And he's going to be utilizing a housing voucher to help support his rent for a year. So we can't do this good work in our community without great partners like you in the city of Pacifica. We thank you very much for your support, and I wish you all a very happy and healthy holiday season. Thank you.
So, thank you so much. And we really appreciate you taking the time to be with us tonight and highlighting our contribution from Mariana here in Pacifica and all the work that you do with HIP Housing. We really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Big Stick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Fanucchi, for being here. Just want to echo the mayor's gratitude and add a little of my own to the mix. You know, it's one of the biggest struggles that we get to look at as elected figures is affordable housing. And to hear stories such as the one you brought us is tremendously hopeful and humbling and inspiring. And thank you very much for all the work you're doing. And I look forward to the calendar this year.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Vaterlos.
I really like the shared housing. It's a win-win for everybody. Especially you put someone who's younger with a senior and they do small amounts of work for the rent and the senior's happy and the younger person is happy and it's totally a win-win and it's I think a unique program that works really well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Hi, Laura. Thank you for being here tonight. I also wanted to thank HIP Housing for always sending a representative to the Pacifica Collaborative.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
It's really, really beautiful to have that connection and a monthly connection because we're always informed about what you're doing. And now we have a personal relationship with the people who come to join us. So thank you so much for that.
Great, thank you. We're actually we have a new home sharing outreach specialist who's going to be starting the first of the year. So we'll introduce him to the collaborative.
Terrific. Well, thanks again. Oh, go ahead.
I'll just repeat all of what my fellow council members do. I know every year you've sent the calendar, and I haven't been on a school board. I like seeing the little kids' drawings. I think it adds a special human touch to the thing. So thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks for being here and happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, council members, there is a request from staff as we move on to our consent calendar. And this is in specific regard to the order of the agenda. Staff is recommending that we consider making a motion to adjust the consent calendar to remove agenda item number 9, notice of completion of the Frontierland Park Drainage and Walkway Improvements project from the agenda and consent calendar. So I'll need a motion to adjust.
Madam Mayor, actually, we don't need a motion to remove it. The manager is just asking that you remove it from consideration. There doesn't need to be a motion because it's not ready for action and council's not taking action. There's no need for a motion to remove it. Just do not take action on it.
Okay, so that would mean I would like to know if council members would like to pull any items from the consent calendar, not including item 9, obviously, since we just took that off. I am seeing no hands. And therefore, I will ask if there are any members of the public that wish to discuss items on the consent calendar. So I will open public comment on that and ask, please, that you identify the item number that you wish to make comments on?
Yes,
Mr.
Mayor Beckmeyer. We have one hand raised by Suzanne Moore. Suzanne, you may now unmute yourself.
Thank you. I wanted to speak on item number 8 and specifically on the Milagro on-ramp project. I know that this has come before the public, and each time the public is aware it's on the agenda, they've made it abundantly clear in our neighborhood that the Milagro on-ramp is opposed, and instead have asked that there be an alternative, and that an existing northbound access near Oceana High School, just north of Paloma, be expanded so that Oceana traffic, both north and southbound, could access Highway 1 at that existing ramp. 4B of your resolution makes this almost sound extremely concrete, that is the only thing that is being considered is that on-ramp on Milagro, which is truly, truly opposed for some very important reasons to the neighborhood. So I suggest that either this be pulled so that that can be amended, or that it be amended this evening to something such as that this is going to be monies that will consider alternatives to an on-ramp. But bearing in mind that the neighborhood is opposed to the Milagro Drive on-ramp. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Madam Mayor, I do not see any more hands raised at this time.
All right, then we will close public comment on the consent calendar and bring it back to council for any comments or clarifications on any items.
I believe when we talked about this a couple of meetings ago, that the measure, if staff can inform us, there was a reason why we had to include the on-ramp in this report. So if staff could remind us.
Thank you.
Kevin, Mr. Woodhouse, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager Kevin Woodhouse. And I'll start, and then if Public Works Director Peterson or City Engineer Bautista might want to add. I just want to clarify that this consent calendar item is the AB 1600 Mitigation Fee Act Development Report. We annually have to show what development fees have been collected and what funds they reside in. I think the comment that was made, and to clarify for the council, is that the specific project implementation, such as the Manor overcrossing or on-ramp, is related but separate from this mitigation fee report adoption. And I think Deputy Director Bautista previously said that there's a very extensive multi-phased design and public input process that will occur should the Manor Drive overcrossing project move forward, and including this discussion about the on-ramp. But Sam, why don't you clarify anything that I didn't hit on?
Sure, and that's correct, City Manager House. This is the AB 1600 report, and the Fund 14, which is the Manor Drive overcrossing. So, the money is used for the different phases of the project, and as you know, the project has to go through Caltrans processes, and there are 5 processes, and we are going to be going into the different the project initiation document, and so this money is used for that. So when we look at the Manor Drive overcrossing project, we look at the whole area holistically. But so we do look at the overcrossing, and we need to look at all the other options to analyze the traffic patterns within the area.
Okay, does that, oops, did I, there.
Okay.
Does that
Thank you. Thank you.
answer the question?
Thank you, Sam and Kevin.
Oh, Councilmember Big Stick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And just so that I make sure that I understand it thoroughly, this particular consent item very specifically is to account for the state, making sure that the state knows we're using the money in the way we're supposed to. And down the road, we will have plenty of opportunity for a robust discussion about that overcrossing project when the time comes. Yes?
If that's correct, Councilmember.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion for the consent calendar to approve items 1 through 17 minus item number 9.
Second.
And with the motion by Councilmember O'Neill, seconded by Councilmember Vaterlas to approve items number 1 through 17, excluding item number 9. A roll call vote starting with Councilmember Big Stick.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlas.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Beer.
Yes.
And Mayor Beckmeyer.
Yes.
And consent calendar passes unanimously.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And that brings us to oral communications. This portion of the agenda is available for the public to address the City Council on any issue that is not on the agenda. Any person wishing to address the council shall be recognized by the mayor during oral communications, provided, however, that during the oral communications portion of the agenda, only items not on the agenda for that meeting may be addressed. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body and not to any member thereof. Council members shall not enter into debate with speakers under oral communications. A maximum time of 3 minutes will be allowed for any speaker pursuant to Pacifica Municipal Code Title 2, Chapter 1, Section 2-1.118. Any person making impertinent, slanderous, or profane remarks or who becomes boisterous while addressing the council shall be called to order by the presiding officer, and if such conduct continues, may, at the discretion of the presiding officer, be ordered barred from further audience before the council during that meeting. Oral communications, Mr. Montemayor.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have one hand raised by Christine Bowles, followed by Suzanne Moore. Christine, you may now unmute yourself.
Good evening, council and staff. This is Christine Bowles, and I'm a resident of the Manor District. About 1.5 years ago, I got involved reviewing the planning application for a project on Monterey Road near my home. As an architect with over 30 years of professional experience, this was easy for me as I'm very familiar with planning processes and regulations in many Bay Area cities, including Pacifica. I was vaguely aware of Pacifica's general plan then and have learned so much more since about the importance of these documents. For the public listening in that might not be aware, a general plan is a city's constitution for long-range policies that guide future development and conservation. It looks at our city's character, resources and economics, environment and open spaces, traffic and infrastructure, as well as safety issues like landslides and flooding, along with projected population growth. A good general plan should be a forward-looking vision for our town's growth. As our current general plan is over 40 years old, one of the oldest in the entire state, so much is missing. For example, climate change is not even mentioned, and yet we've already faced the loss of many homes to sea level rise and coastal erosion. The League of California Cities says that experts advise local government officials to examine their general plan at least every 10 years. They go on to explain that a general plan is more likely to withstand pressure to change it when it has been updated in a comprehensive way with public input and all the necessary environmental documents have been completed. Such a plan can work well for residents and community activists because they know what they want and have agreed to in terms of their collective vision for the future. When the public is engaged in the planning process and the updated general plan reflects that, a win-win situation ensues. Not only does the community have a clear picture of its priorities, but developers also benefit from the certainty that community members are essentially on the same page. This seems to be sorely missing right now in our processes. I'm very excited that the draft general plan documents will be released for public review early next year when we can really focus together without the distraction of the holidays. This is so important to our collective future, and I hope that the city will undertake a robust notification and launch process so that as many people as possible can ask questions and understand how to best participate. I want to encourage all residents and business owners to get involved and to make your voices heard about your specific concerns, but also about your dreams for the future of our beautiful town. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Our next speaker is Suzanne Moore, followed by Anita Reese. Suzanne, you may now unmute yourself.
Thank you. Suzanne Moore, Manor District. And approaching New Year is always an opportunity to pause, evaluate where we are, and consider our next steps for the coming year. This year, as we emerge from a pandemic and its economic impact, we face the practical expression of New Year resolutions in the development of Pacifica's general plan and housing element. Pacifica is not alone in this effort. Many communities in California are updating their plans, which will be a guide for future planning. And as Christine already mentioned, a general plan is a shared community vision. Pacifica's 40-year general plan is one of the oldest in the state, and a great deal has happened since its inception. Pacifica has changed over 4 decades. Our challenges are critical, far-reaching. They require collaboration for long-term solution and funds. Those of us who are poor in our community are at a greater risk for disparity in health outcomes, economic opportunity, and housing stability. For that reason, the state has challenged all Californians to update our general plans and housing elements with an equity lens. If there are those who question this approach, we need only to look at the increased number of COVID deaths among our low-paid essential workers to clearly see the need for equity. As Housing and Community Development Director Gustavo Velasquez puts it, when everyone has better housing, health, and economic outcomes, we all do better. Here's one description of a general plan. It's a long-range vision to design a community that is healthy, equitable, resilient, economically vibrant, and all in the context of climate change. All Pacificans will want to be engaged in this process. And here's a quote from Herb Cain as a last thought for inspiration. The city is not gauged by its length and width, but by the broadness of its vision and the height of its dreams. Happy holidays, everyone.
Thank you, Suzanne. Our next speaker is Anita Reese, followed by Mark Hubble. Anita, you may now unmute yourself.
Thank you. Anita Reese with the Pacifica Resource Center. I just wanted to let you all know that we remain open for modified hours while repairs are made since the fire in September. We are open 9 to 3:30 Monday and Tuesday, 10:30 to 7 on Wednesdays, 10:30 to 5 on Thursday, and 9 to 1 on Friday. And we are closed for lunch Monday through Thursday from 12:30 to 1:30. And whenever possible, we encourage folks to call before you come to our office so that we can either have a phone appointment or schedule an appointment for a time that minimizes who's on site, given the repairs. So our phone number is 650-738-7470 to call for an appointment. We're also continuing to enroll families in our Holiday Joy program. We're matching Holiday Joy families with sponsors on a rolling basis, so we are not expecting to turn anybody away. If you are interested in becoming a sponsor, we're asking folks to give gift cards so that we can provide those quickly to the families who are coming in still. Our next scheduled grocery distribution is on Wednesday, December 22nd at the American Legion Hall at 555 Buell. If you need groceries before then, please call PRC to schedule a time for a pantry visit, and staff or volunteers will shop for you and bring the groceries out to your vehicle or to you to take home. We're also continuing our Unhoused on the Coast outreach work. Please contact our UC Outreach staff by email at ucoutreach@pacresourcecenter.org or by calling Pacific Outreach Specialist Daniel Gardner at 650-575-4861 if you know or see someone who's living on the streets, in encampment, or in a vehicle. The county's inclement weather program is activated today due to the current storm. When inclement weather is activated, there are additional shelter beds, and when beds are full, hotel stays are available to help unhoused folks be inside during this time. So it's activated generally based on temperature and rain and also significant weather systems. I also wanted to share that the one-day homeless count, which was canceled in 2021, is scheduled for Thursday, January 27th, beginning at 5 a.m. PRC will be the deployment site for the city of Pacifica, and the county is currently recruiting volunteers. You can go to hsa.smcgov.org and search for 2022 one-day homeless count to sign up for a location. Once locations are filled, you can choose another location. So if you're interested in doing the count in Pacifica, I encourage you to sign up ASAP for training. Whether you need help for the holidays, groceries, emergency financial assistance for rent, mortgage, or other critical needs, access to homeless services, or information about resources in general, please contact us at 650-738-7470 or by email at info@pacresourcecenter.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Our next speaker is Mark Hubble, followed by Tom Edminster. Mark, you may now unmute yourself.
Good evening, council members and City Manager Woodhouse. Please provide an explanation of the reason for such a condensed review time of only 45 calendar days for the public review period of the general plan draft, which is likely to be well over a couple of hundred pages of text. That is asking an awful lot of many people in this community, in particular those working full-time jobs. This timeframe does not seem designed to allow for suggestions from citizens to be considered, discussed, and possibly included into the final plan document. This mandated review process does not seem to be conducive to productive public participation. What will be the processes for citizens' participation? How will the acknowledgement of citizen comments be published for public viewing? We look forward to your response to these questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Our next speaker is Tom Edminster, followed by Sue Degree. Tom, you may now unmute yourself. Tom Edminster, you may now unmute yourself. Tom, if you're trying to speak, we can't hear you at the moment. Can you try unmuting yourself again?
Can't hear you. I wonder if you can try dialing in again, or if you're on a different device. Trying to see if you're on a phone.
Maybe we could come back to him.
Why don't we go ahead, Tom, if you can try to call in on the phone or come in a different way, we'll go ahead with the other public comment and then circle back to you.
Okay, our next speaker will be Sue Degree, followed by Summer Lee. Sue, you may unmute yourself.
Thank you. A word about the general plan and aspirations of all of us for ourselves as a community. And I know some feel that all citizens should be aware and know what's going on and get involved. But, you know, if we're not digitally involved already, I don't have that capacity, even if we are interested and know how to do it. It's important that the rest of us do our best to tell those residents, other residents, what's going on. The general plan is all about us and our community and our aspirations. So it's extremely important. And even if we get 80 people as we've had in some meetings, digitally, that's only, if you're saying 30,000 people in our community, and we're actually closer to 40, that's only 0.0026% of our residents. So all of those of you listening and council, we're a big community and a very caring about our own future community. So whatever we can do in 2022 to make sure that we're aware of the general plan and have timely ability to be participants. Thanks so much. Happy holidays.
Thank you, Sue. And our final speaker is Summer Lee. Summer, you may now unmute yourself.
Hi there. This is Summer Lee. I live in the Fairmont Manor area. I'm so grateful to our council members who understood that what is best for Pacifica is to not have our draft general plan and environmental impact report announced right before the holidays when the public and regulatory agencies have limited input. A solid general plan, the vision for our city for the next 20 years or more, is what the public, staff, and decision makers can look to as a North Star when the rubber hits the road. It is a huge, important moment for any city, and having an inconsistent one or a legally deficient one will exacerbate Pacifica's already fragile state. Homeowners and voters of Pacifica will come to know whether this document and their city have the vision and ideals to warrant the investment in now what is an exceedingly expensive choice to live here. The ability for teachers and nurses and support workers to live here, whether we look at the open, beautiful hillsides or become the next Pasadena, whether we prevent millions of dollars of taxpayer money being spent on a sewage system that will be consumed by the ocean, whether we can warn taxpayers before insurance companies are the ones to stop insuring those who live where it is dangerous to live. These are just a few examples of the magnitude of importance that after 42 years, we will have 45 days to understand. Thank you for giving us that chance, council members. Thank you.
Thank you, Summer. Madam Mayor, I'm not seeing any more hands raised at this time.
I was hoping Tom Edminster would have a chance to get back in.
I'm not seeing Tom on the attendees list right now.
We'll make sure that Tom knows we really want his public comment. Maybe he can send it to us, and email us, or call us.
Exactly. And we can add it to the record for tonight's meeting as well.
Mayor Beckmeyer and council members and members of the audience, I'll just let you know if you were trying to comment, such as Tom Edminster, and were not able to tonight, you can email your public comment to publiccomment@pacifica.gov, and we'll make that part of the written record and will be sent to council members.
Thank you, City Clerk. All right, council members, it is time for council communications. Purpose of the council communications is for council members to inform each other of the items of potential interest to other council members, such as interagency meetings. Who would like to go first? Council member Big Stick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So in interest of economic development, I visited the new toy store in the Linamar Shopping Center, Nancyland. It was geared primarily for newborns to 6-year-olds, but there were also some interesting things for folks of all ages. So I would certainly recommend, especially as the holidays are upon us, visiting at Nancyland in the Linamar Shopping Center. And with the holidays here, I'm looking forward to a Champa's chocolate cream pie, as I usually have at this time of year. I attended the Let's Talk Housing meeting on the 1st of the month. It centered mostly around solutions in places that were mostly developed already. So I found that to be interesting. And then a couple days later, Dave Cortese and Josh Becker, Senator Dave Cortese and Senator Josh Becker's housing webinar took place. It focused a lot about equity in housing. And so again, it was really good information. I attended the Labor Council lunch on the 3rd. There was a Peninsula Clean Energy meeting with Kevin Fong, who is Kevin Mullen's staff person. And so we had the opportunity to ask a few questions about Assemblyman Mullen's approach to climate issues. And I got to enjoy the PCT auction last night. As far as I know, they raised some good money. I think that absolutely every item was bid on. And there's also an online auction still ongoing. So if you are looking for one of those last minute gifts for the holidays, go to the PCT website and check out the auction. That was the city stuff. I saw the animated picture Encanto in theaters. Our conversation later may suggest whether or not I'll be able to continue going to theaters, but I was happy to be able to see the movie, and I was expecting it to be a little bit more little kid oriented. There was a trope going through it about shouldering too much burden and the psychological dynamic of that. And it was a rather adult theme, I thought, for a young person movie, or maybe it's just that everybody of all ages can relate to that. I certainly encourage people to see it themselves. It's a beautiful movie and very well written. But just want to take a moment to encourage everybody to meditate for a moment, that they don't necessarily need to carry the weight they do the way they maybe think they need to. And either taking a moment to breathe or reaching out to your personal community, if not your community at large, to help you with whatever burden you feel like you're shouldering. I was reminded of that and want to speak accordingly. And after that, happy holidays to everyone, happy new year. And I look forward to the business we get to participate in later tonight and next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Vaterlos.
Hi, I attended the Kevin Mullins city meeting until such time that other members of our council decided to ask questions. And then I left, but I got to hear the interesting part of his speech. And I had another appointment, but I got to the very end of the Kevin Mullen being endorsed by Jackie Spear on the steps in South City. So I did get to congratulate him on that. I went to the League of Cities. It was about bay level rise. And that was an interesting, I hear a lot about bay level rise, and usually I want to hear about sea level rise on our side. Sharp Park stroll. So there were a lot of events, a lot. I did go to Labor Luncheon too, but in Pacifica, the Sharp Park stroll, there was a Crespi pop-up. I went to the Elf Market. I went to the longboard craft exhibition. It just was a very busy weekend of going to see all of these items. I went to the Historical Society in the castle, which is always just so special. I missed the tree lighting and Santa lighting the tree. Sorry, I missed that one. City and County Association of Government Legislative was quite interesting because we did our legislative procedures for the upcoming year. And they specifically talked about watching legislation. And some of the items were to watch legislation on what's happening with the highways and transportation. And they specifically indicated Highway 101, 380, and 92. Well, I got to really speak up on that one, telling them that we are in this county and we have Highway 1 and we have 35. So they did add Highway 1 and 35 and then 84 and 4. So there were other additional areas they left out. So that was they were kind of surprised, I think. I also went to the City and County Association of Governments regular meeting. Again, we talked a lot. We have presentations on One Shoreline, a presentation on managed lanes, and also our legislative agenda going forward. I attended a recovery, I'm on the COVID recovery coordination council. And I have been unable to attend the last 2 meetings, and it was really good to get caught up and to see how much this whole county has done as far as food, as far as housing, and everything related to COVID. It's really heartwarming to see how much we've done for all of our communities in the county. I also purchased things at the PCT auction. And today I attended the San Mateo County flood and sea level rise, and they talked about a project that they're going to do in Burlingame. So that concludes my report for tonight. Thanks.
Councilmember O'Neill?
I attended the airport roundtable. There's no real news. We barely had a quorum. I guess it was December and maybe people were using the airport to get out of Dodge. I don't know. But I did have the airport roundtable liaison will be contacting the city manager about hopefully doing an update on airport and monitors and noise, et cetera, and flight routes and stuff in January. I don't know if he's contacted Kevin yet, but they just got a new person in FAA, Alana something or other, and so she'll be contacting the city manager range of time. I also attended the labor holiday lunch. A lot of politicking there as people want endorsements for their various runs for assembly, supervisor, and Congress, and dog catcher and everything else. So a lot of people running for a lot of things, I guess. And Sue Beckmeyer and I had a meeting with a gentleman. It was just kind of an informal meeting. We'll probably be talking about that later. Let's see, and that's about it. Had my housing board meeting with for the Jefferson High School employee housing. That's coming quickly, and they actually have a tentative move-in date for the employees, which is exciting. That's been a year in the making. And I did attend the Rockaway Christmas lighting, Sue, Saturday, so I did attend it.
Well, Mike, I missed the big tree lighting, okay? I really missed the big tree lighting, and I think we're going to have an even larger tree lighting next year.
Yeah, no, the big tree lighting is nice. It's this one was kind of not what the old one, not what the previous ones were.
Okay, my turn.
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, everybody. I first want to say I know there's a lot of my friends and family who are hanging in there. Just so you understand, we have 4 agenda items before we're going to do the reorganization. So thank you for coming in, hanging in there with us. I also attended the meeting with Kevin Mullen. I'm going to let Mayor Beckmeyer talk a little bit about that. I went to a really interesting meeting on policing, and we talked about data and the impact, and there's a lot of good information coming out of that. It was a Peninsula Conflict and Resolution Center. It's going to be a lot of work done around police data, and I find it incredibly important that we keep our eye on that. And then you're going to hear enough from me later, so I'm just going to pass it over to Mayor Beckmeyer.
Okay, well, I attended some of the same meetings as my co-council members. Kevin Mullen's legislative briefing, I call it. I'm not sure what he really calls it, but it's a meeting in the fall when he is on break from state government, when they're in their fall break period. And he offers this meeting to elected officials to come and hear updates on his agenda and things that he's done. And also it presents a significant opportunity for us to ask questions and hear and raise issues with him that are of concern to our specific districts. He also gives a nice report of things that he's accomplished over the year. And Pacifica was highlighted in the context of what's called member requests, which are member city requests, funding requests from member cities. And so the reference to the $500,000 that was arranged between Kevin Mullen and Josh Becker to repair the pier, one of which items we approved on the consent tonight. So steps going forward on that. And then, of course, the $7.75 million that is earmarked for our erosion issues in the Esplanade area and moving down our coastline. And as Kevin has stated, and I like to reiterate, it's really a down payment on what is going to ultimately be the cost of those projects. Moving forward with support from Jackie Spear to the Army Corps of Engineers is a big move for Pacifica. And we're very grateful to her for that and to Kevin for his support at the state level. So as Councilmember Vaterlas said, there were more than 2 of us on that meeting initially for the informational part of the meeting. But then when the question part started, Councilmember Vaterlas exited and Mayor Pro Tem asked some very pertinent questions about housing related issues, specifically about when we have our RENA numbers and we want to be providing opportunities for more housing in Pacifica, there are certain regulations that we're not able to count all of the housing units that we're making available. And that seems really problematic. So when we worked on the affordable, converting the apartment in the north end of town to 100% affordable, because those are already existing units, they don't count toward our affordable housing goals. So it was items like those that we needed to bring forward. And I'm always focused on coastal issues, which I continue to be focused on. So I'm continuing to ask questions about climate resiliency funding, funds that Kevin specifically brought forward with $13 billion package that's going to have a number of items around climate resiliency. And what does that really mean for us in terms of sea level rise, climate resiliency, fire protection, and issues around that. So the other point is stormwater. It seems like that comes up, well, today is an example, not so much of an atmospheric river as we had a couple months ago, but all of the cities around are addressing, in our area, are addressing stormwater and runoff issues. So it seems like there may be funding potentially available to help with those items. One thing that caught my eye that I'm a little bit concerned about, or caught my eye, had with legislation moving forward or interest in, I couldn't tell, Mary, member, an artificial ban. And the reason is because I know the school district is presently working on redoing one of the fields with artificial turf. And so I thought, oh, we better be looking into that. I understand it in terms of water and those considerations. So we'll have to listen closely for that, just in terms of how it might be affecting Pacifica. Later that very morning, there was another meeting, which was a joint division meeting of the Peninsula Division of the League of Cities, the North Bay Division, and the East Bay Division. And that's the meeting that Sue was referring to. That was the Bay Rise meeting. And I asked to attend that because while, again, I'm focused on coastal issues with the Coastal Cities Group, it seemed important to understand what's going on the Bay side and learn more about the organizations. And the BCDC is the organization that is like the equivalent to the Coastal Commission, but for the Bay. And so They're very focused on Bay, not us. The dividing line ends at the Golden Gate. So everything they focus on is on the Bay side, but they're also utilizing terms like Bay Area. And I certainly think that Pacifica is part of the Bay Area. So where do those coastal lines and those jurisdictional lines overlap? Those are the things that I've been most concerned about. The project that has been forwarded and is being brought forward by BCDC is called Bay Adapt. And it has been months, years in the making, actually, in terms of how BCDC is going to regulate what the cities on the Bay side can do around Bay rise issues. So I'm trying to get my hands on a copy of the report because it went by so quickly in the slides that it was hard to take notes and listen and everything at the same time. So if I'm able to get that, I will make sure that it gets out to you all as well. I had the opportunity to attend the Historical Society event at the castle, which was fun. I got there a little later, so I wasn't able to outbid Sue Batterloss on baskets this time, but it was a good event and a nice opportunity for the Historical Society to get some support. I also attended a meeting of it was related to my school, but it overlaps with our waste of edible food issues that we've been discussing in the last few meetings. And it was really enlightening to work directly with some county staff in the Office of Sustainability and learn about some school programs that are available to help educate students around food waste so that we can, start eliminating and reducing the amount of edible food that goes into the waste stream. So that was, I think, really useful in general, for general purposes. And then I also had a meeting with the incoming chair of the Coastal Cities Group and a couple of representatives from the League of Cities talking about the agenda. There is an item going forward on the Coastal Commission agenda this week, later this week, that has to do with agreements of cities that will coastal and more efficiently with the coast. So with some jointly arrived at guidelines and discussions between the representatives from the Coastal Commission, the League of Cities, Coastal Cities Group, and the League of Counties group, that I forgot the exact name of it, but it's these three groups coming together that worked on this document. So it's on the Coastal Commission agenda if you want to take a look at that. And I can certainly get a copy out to all of you as well. And that is, I think, all I have. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. Thank you. City Manager, do you have a staff report for us?
Yes, I first, thank you, Mayor Beth Meyer, Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. First, to Councilmember O'Neill's comments about the airport roundtable and noise monitoring. I haven't heard from them yet, but we'll work with them and get the presentation scheduled for City Council. But we have taken the monitoring reports that they've released and uploaded them to the city's webpage about airport noise. And so more to come when they present to us. What I mainly wanted to focus on in my communications tonight is about the general plan timeline. After listening to and acknowledging recent public comments, I've reviewed the project timeline for the general plan, the Shark Park specific plan, and associated environmental impact report release date, and have consulted with staff and the consultant team, and have decided to delay the release of these documents and commencement of the 45-day public review period for the EIR until the first week of January instead of mid-December, which was our most recent schedule. Although this 3-week delay will impact the timeline for other city projects, it will be a manageable disruption to this year's robust and complex work plan of council priorities. This schedule change is an example of the city's responsiveness to the community's concerns about beginning the month-and-a-half public comment period prior to the end of year holiday, as was commented in some of the public comments. However, I would like to emphasize that the schedule for the remainder of the general plan, Charter Park Pacific Plan adoption process will remain on track for springtime consideration of these critical documents by the Planning Commission and the City Council. So that's what I wanted to announce. We've heard input, and we'll manage that few-week delay in this process that we have that will roll out and still maintain the state mandated 45-day environmental review period for the environmental impact report. We'll receive comments from the public and the other state clearinghouse agencies, and then we'll process those response to comments and put the package together for the Planning Commission hearings and then the City Council hearing. That's mainly the only communication that I have tonight.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to our consideration items. And the first one is item 18. It is appointment to the San Mateo County Mosquito and Vector Control District. We have a staff report from City Clerk Coffey.
Yes, the city received a communication from the San Mateo County Mosquito and Vector Control District advising of the city's representative expiration of the current term, which will expire on December 31st, 2021. And with that, the city underwent a recruitment process for a new city representative on the Board of Trustees for the San Mateo County Mosquito and Vector Control District. The recruitment opportunity was published in the Pacifica Tribune, on the city's website, and in the city's Connect with Pacifica newsletter. The city received one application for the San Mateo County Mosquito and Vector Control District. The applicant, Peter DeJarnett, currently holds the position as the city's representative on the Mosquito and Vector Control District, and he has reapplied. His application was attached with the agenda staff report. And the council has discretion to choose the applicant and choose the term to either be a 4-year term or a 2-year term of appointment. And the applicant, Mr. DeJarnett, has indicated that he had a preference towards a 4-year term if the council chooses to appoint him, and would like his input on the length of the term of appointment. The regular meetings of the San Mateo County Mosquito and Vector Control District are held on the second Wednesday of each month at 6 p.m. At the district office in Burlingame. And the council may choose to appoint the applicant to the term, or may choose to nominate and appoint a council member as the representative to the district. At this time, I invite any council questions or nominations.
I move that we appoint Pete DeJarnett to the existing position.
Do we need public comment?
We do.
Yes, we'll need to take public comment.
So we'll do that first, and then we'll have council conversation. Mr. Montemayor, do we have any public comment on this item?
Madam Mayor, I'm seeing no hands raised at this time.
All right, then we'll close public comment. Bring it back to council. Councilmember Vaterlas has indicated she wants to make a motion.
I'll second it with an amendment to make it a 4-year term.
Okay, with the motion by Councilmember Vaterlas and a second by Councilmember O'Neill.
There's an amendment to the motion. So is that?
I'll accept the amendment.
And is, okay, thank you. So now there will be a vote on the amended motion.
And the amended motion is to appoint Peter DeJarnett to a 4-year term on the Mosquito and Vector Control District. Moved by Councilmember Vaterlas, seconded by Councilmember O'Neill. Roll call vote starting with Councilmember Big Stick.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlas.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Beer.
Yes.
And Mayor Beckmeyer.
Yes.
And that motion passes unanimously.
And that is thanks to Pete DeJarnett, former Mayor DeJarnett, for continuing to serve in this capacity. I appreciate your expertise and thanks for hanging in there. All right, item 19. This is consideration and adoption of resolution approving restated employment agreement between the City of Pacifica and Kevin Woodhouse as city manager. The proposed action is for us to move to adopt the resolution approving the restated employment agreement. And we have a staff report from City Attorney Michelle Kenyon.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. So this is consideration of the adoption of the resolution approving the restated employment agreement for City Manager Kevin Woodhouse. Kevin Woodhouse was employed and began his employment in September of 2017 as the city manager for the City of Pacifica. Since then, he has received several amendments to his contract. He is authorized and the council is obligated each year to perform an annual performance review. A performance review was held this year. It was facilitated by management partners. Following that performance review, the city council gave direction to myself to prepare not an amendment, but a restated employment agreement. That restated employment agreement is before you tonight. There are only a few amendments to his prior employment agreement, which I will recite to you at this moment. The first amendment is to his annual base salary, which will be increased by 6% to $254,752 annually. This adjustment would result in the city manager's total compensation being 0.86% below median for comparable cities. The city council, just to refresh your memory, the city council recently approved total compensation increases for all labor groups with the goal of making Pacifica's compensation competitive in the region's labor market. The additional amendment is to allow the city manager to cash out an additional 1 week of vacation for a total of 3 weeks each year. This amendment is consistent with the city's other department directors and employees in the unrepresented group. The additional change is to amend the provisions in the employment agreement to reflect updated city contributions to the city manager's health insurance plan, which is also changes that were consistent with what the city provided to other department directors. This is a 2% increase over calendar year 2021. And then finally, the restated agreement provides for an additional 3 months of severance and health benefits, making the severance package for the city manager a total of 12 months. Just to note, the health insurance benefit will be limited to 12 months or until the city manager finds other employment, whichever occurs first. The council is asked to approve this resolution, which approves the restated agreement. And I am here to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments from council or questions for the city attorney? No? Then we'll have public comment on this item. Mr. Montemayor?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time.
Okay, we'll close public comment and bring it back to council. And I see a hand, Councilmember Big Stick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Maybe other people want to comment. I kind of wanted to jump straight to a motion if there was. Okay. So I just wanted to say, Kevin, you're doing a remarkable job. You keep us organized, on track, and I want to say thank you. And with that, I move to adopt a resolution approving the restated employment agreement between the City of Pacifica and Kevin Woodhouse.
I'll second that.
And with the motion by Councilmember Big Stick, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Beer, starting with roll call vote with Councilmember Big Stick.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlos.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Beer.
Yes.
And Mayor Beckmeyer.
Yes.
And item number 9 passes unanimously. 19 passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. And thank you, City Manager Woodhouse, for your service to the city. I look forward to another productive year. Agenda item 20. Long agenda tonight, folks. Accept the 2020-2021 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, otherwise known as ACFR. And it is an independent auditor's report, and our Chief Financial Sustainability Officer, Yulia Carter, is here to present the staff report. We also have Sheila Choyo from our Financial Services Manager here as well. Thank you, Sheila.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. The item before you tonight is acceptance of the annual comprehensive financial report. And you may have noticed the name change by GASB this year. The report presented also in your packets is in the draft form. I just want to highlight that. But all numbers that are presented tonight are final audited numbers. And I just want to highlight again that the report has been presented to you earlier than we usually do. And this is in compliance with the GFOA best practice to issue ACFR in December of each year. So upon acceptance of this report by you tonight, we will work with the auditors team to finalize this and all the other related annual financial reports, and we'll issue the final report next week and publish it on the city's website as well, right before we break for the holidays. And I would like to take the opportunity to acknowledge the extraordinary efforts and hard work of the entire finance department. And especially our finance manager, Sheila, who is here today and will present the financial highlights in a minute. I just want to thank Sheila again for her commitment to the city, and especially given unprecedented circumstances around the pandemic and some staffing challenges in finance. I also would like to share that this is Sheila's last city council meeting, as she, unfortunately for us, decided to retire at the end of December. So again, I hope you join me to extend thanks and appreciation to her dedicated service over the last 5 years and congratulate her on this exciting new chapter in her life. And I also want to thank the auditors team for their competence and diligence in assisting city staff with preparation and completion of this report. And finally, we all would like to thank the entire City Council for your attention and support of maintaining the highest standards of city finances, with emphasis on transparency, ethics, and fiscal responsibility. And with that, I would like to turn it to Sheila, who will just go over the financial highlights very briefly.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Sheila Choya, Financial Services Manager. I'll be doing a short presentation tonight on the annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2021. So the highlights are the government-wide assets exceeded liabilities with an ending net position of 73.4 million. Revenues for the city as a whole decreased by 3.3 million. This is mostly due to more grants and contributions received last year. One of them was a 1.5 million grant for the Beach Boulevard Promenade. Citywide expenses also decreased by 2.3 million from last fiscal year. The city's OPEB and pension liability increased by 6.5 million to 61.7 million, but these liabilities are not due and payable immediately. City staff will continue to review and develop a funding strategy for these liabilities. The total governmental fund balances were 36.8 million, a very modest increase of 600,000 from prior year. The general fund balance remained unchanged at 16.5 million. Revenues increased by 1.1 million, primarily in tax revenues. General fund expenditures increased by 900,000 from prior fiscal year. The city's unassigned balance of 8 million amounts to 23.5% of expenditures. Next slide, please. So in this section, this table shows the different sections of the annual comprehensive financial statements, which is the introductory section, the financial section, the supplementary data, and the statistical data. Next slide, please. The government-wide financial statements include a statement of net position and the statement of activities. Within these statements, there's a breakdown of governmental activities and business type activities. The governmental activities are primarily supported by taxes and intergovernmental activities, whereas the business type activities recover all or a significant portion of their costs through user fees and charges. In our case, sewer funds and beach parking fund. Next page, please. This table shows a comparison of the city's statement of net position from prior year. All categories, total assets, deferred outflows, total liabilities, and deferred inflows, all increased from prior year, but the resulting change in net position is only an increase of $18,000. Next page, please. This table shows the comparison of revenues and expenses citywide from prior year. As I mentioned earlier, revenues and expenses decreased from prior year, but the revenues still exceeded expenses with the resulting change in net position of a little over $600,000. This was the result of the reconciliation of aged account receivable to the general ledger that the auditors mentioned in prior year memorandum on internal control findings. Next page, please. Aside from the government-wide statements, the annual comprehensive financial report also presents financial statement in fund format. A fund is a grouping of related accounts used to maintain control over resources that have been assigned for specific activities or objectives. The city uses fund accounting to ensure and demonstrate compliance with governmental finance-related legal requirements. The city's funds can be divided into two categories: governmental fund and proprietary funds. Next page, please. This table shows the general fund revenues and expenditure comparison with prior fiscal year. Revenues and expenditures increased from prior year, but the transfers to other funds far exceeded last year's transfers, which resulted in net change in fund balance of only about $600,000. I mentioned in the previous slide that there was a restatement of beginning net position. All of the $600,000 in that restatement was in the general fund. A few thousand were in stormwater revenue, special revenue fund, and the sewer fund. Next page, please. So in summary, the citywide net position remained unchanged at 73.4 million. General fund revenues increased 1.1 million over prior fiscal year, primarily due to an increase in tax revenue as the city slowly recovers from the pandemic. General fund balance is the same as prior year at 16.5 million, which is still healthy despite the ongoing pandemic. And finally, the city has 8 million of unassigned reserves in the general fund. Next page, please. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any question you may have.
Are there any questions for either Sheila or Yulia tonight? From council members? Councilmember Vaterlos?
Our reserve position, how does that percentage compare to where cities comparable to ours are usually having reserves? That was pretty
well, I think
obscure
overall
question.
No, we reported pretty good news to you today. So despite the pandemic, you can see that the financial position of the city didn't change much from last year. We will talk in more detail about the financial position and fund balances and the projected fund balances over the next few years as we present to you long-term financial forecast, as well as mid-year budget adjustment for the current fiscal year. But keep in mind, so when we report the fund balances at ACFRA report, I'm sorry, then this report just represents the city's financial position as of June 30th, 2021 in this particular case. So to answer your question, we would have to take all the financial assumptions for the upcoming fiscal year and all the plans that we include, including the Civic Center project and CIP transfers and everything else, into the account. So when Sheila reported $8 million in the undesignated fund balance, this doesn't represent all the financial assumptions that we discussed and you adopted at the beginning of the year. So it will be probably more of a conversation to have during the mid-year budget adjustment, and we will definitely make sure that we will focus on that. But overall, the report that we are presenting to you today is very positive news.
I thought it was positive too. Thank you.
I have a question about the Ms. Choyo's statement about our increase in general fund revenue. I'm trying to find it on my report. That was primarily due to an increase in property taxes. Is there going to be, when we do the mid-year budget update, will we have data on what that owes to? In other words, is it increases in value? Is it increased sales of homes? You know, how will we have more of a detailed breakdown on that?
I think we do have like quarterly meetings with HDL, and they do provide us reports that showed some kind of a breakdown of sales and value, transfer of properties. So I think we do get our annual or our biggest chunk of property tax payment in December. So maybe by mid-year adjustment, we will have that information.
That would be really helpful. Thank you very much. All right. Seeing no other further questions or comments, I think we'll go to public comment on this item. Mr. Montemayor.
Madam Mayor, I see one hand raised by Christine Bowles. I'll give Clerk Coffee a moment to pull up the timer. Thank you. And Christine Bowles, you may now unmute yourself.
Good evening again, council and staff, and thank you, Sheila and Yulia, for the report. I had a couple of questions. One, I appreciate that this report is looking very positive for Pacifica, but I'm a little confused because in the earlier agenda for the Vision 2025 tonight on page 10 of the agenda, makes mention of Pacifica's deepening financial challenges ahead. And I was hoping that, I don't know if this is the right time for this conversation, but I was hoping that staff could perhaps expound on that a bit to give me and the public in layman's terms a little more description about what these challenges relate to. For example, I'm assuming that there are increasing pension liabilities as maybe one of these, and obviously our aging infrastructure and climate change adaptation is undoubtedly an item. So I'm just curious if there are other things that we should be on the lookout for. And then just a couple of things in the report, and I appreciate hearing that it was a draft, and so I'll just comment these and understand that they'll be fixed. But there are references to page numbers that are missing. For example, on packet page 546, it says the financial statements can be found on pages XX, and I think those just were not put in. So it's nice if this document could be updated and reissued so that we can review it properly. And then it also says that an electronic version could be found online, and I looked for that. There was no link given. And the last one I found was from last year, so maybe that hasn't been done yet. And then a few of the spreadsheets are just really hard to read because they're horizontal and cut off onto 2 pages. And I know this is a little bit more work, but it would be really helpful if the ones that are formatted that way could be issued horizontally so that all the pertinent line information was on one page. Otherwise, I need to like print and paste together to actually be able to read and understand the information. I'm sure that would be helpful for other people too. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Mayor Beckmeyer, there's no more hands raised at this time.
Okay, then we'll close public comment and bring it back to council. Any further questions or comments?
I make a motion that we approve.
I'll second.
And with the motion by Councilmember O'Neill, seconded by Councilmember Big Stick, I'll start the roll call vote with Councilmember Big Stick.
Yulia, thank you. And Sheila, thank you and congratulations. Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlas.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
I'll vote yes. And I also want to thank Sheila for the many years of service and the many, many pages I've read of financial documents during your tenure. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Beer.
Yes, and I want to echo that. Thank you so much, Sheila, for all of your hard work. We're going to miss you, and I wish you well.
And Mayor Beckmeyer.
Yes, and thank you, Sheila. You've done us a great service over the years you've been with us, and we look forward to hearing about your plans for the future and wish you well in your future endeavors. And of course, we look forward to hearing more from you, Ms. Carter, in the mid-year update about all the details like our long-term financial forecast and the questions that were asked publicly. Thank you.
Well, thank you both too. Thank you. Well received.
Thank you, everyone.
Happy holidays. All right, council. We have one more item on our regular consideration items. Item 21, update on returning to in-person city council meetings and discussion about council chambers improvements or relocation of meetings to the community center. So we'll hear an update about the status of the pandemic and confirm whether January 10th, 2022, if that meeting will be conducted in person or not, and also receive information about council chamber improvements or relocation. And City Manager Woodhouse is here to present the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor Beckmeyer, Mayor Pro Tem Beer, and council members. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. There's really 2 parts to the conversation on this item tonight. The first is that while we're talking about health updates, is to just get a sense from the council as to whether the council is still interested in returning to in-person meetings beginning January 10th. And so the staff report has some updated health information. As everyone knows, since council had provided that direction in September, there's been the surgence of the Omicron variants. And I'll add that hot off the press today, the California Department of Health issued a new order, a change to the previous criteria for lifting the indoor mask mandate, and San Mateo County was sort of potentially on a few week timeline to getting to that point. But the order from Cal Health today was that masks will be required indoors until January 15th at least, and then they will reevaluate that. There's some other pieces to that health announcement about travel and other things. I don't even think the press release has come out officially yet, or maybe it has during the course of this meeting, but I haven't seen it yet. But that's a basic piece of information, is that, you know, we figured that we probably, if we returned it on January 10th, that we'd be having to wear masks during the meetings, during that meeting at least. But now it's a definite, so that's one piece of health information. So that first part is just to get a sense from the council whether the council wants to revisit our start date for return to in-person meetings. And then the second part is to talk about, and the staff report provides some information, and I'll turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem Beer to add her thoughts on it, since she requested the conversation, as to whether there's any thought behind moving council meetings to the community center. The staff report includes a lot of, not the specific financial analysis, but just some initial thoughts about the financial impact or other operational impacts of doing that, or making some cosmetic improvements to the council chambers at some point in the future. And there's some preliminary information in the staff report, some thumbnail cost estimates, but I just want to get a sense from the council about either of those options tonight before we go off and, you know, do any conceptual design of aspects of revising the current council chambers and getting bids for painting and carpet or anything like that. So I think I'll stop and turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem Beer to add her thoughts about that part of the conversation.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kevin. I really appreciate it. So when I was thinking about returning to in-person meetings, so many things came up in my mind. For one, returning to that building on Beach Boulevard seems like the most dreariest thing that I can imagine. And that's just like really picky cosmetic stuff. Like I would like to go back to a room that we can be proud of, that we can look around the walls and see art from our community, and have it be welcoming, and have enough chairs and enough parking places and an elevator that works, and, you know, all of these things. So that's just a personal wish, that for us, when we go back to council in-person meetings, that we have a little pride in where we're going, and that our community can feel warm and welcome, and we can highlight art from our young people and from the Sanchez Art Center, and we can look around the room and see pictures of Pacifica, and rather than what's up there now. So that's talking about Beach Boulevard. Now, when we talk about, when I was thinking about the community center, I just feel like there's so many benefits to moving our meetings there. There's parking, access is great. If there's overflow, they can go into another room and see the meeting out there. Staff is there all the time. Yeah, so I'd like to hear what you all think about that. And that's all I have to say about that right now.
Oh, Councilmember, do I have my mic on? Yes, Councilmember Big Stick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And usually we would ask questions of staff before going into deliberations, and I feel like this is an item that begs for mostly deliberation. I did want to point out that I see Marty Anaya's hand up in the attendees list. I actually went to pick up my items from the auction earlier today and ran into Marty, and he was telling me a little bit about how the community center option is very similar to what they're already doing in Half Moon Bay, and he lent me some insight. So he is here now to also answer questions, I'd imagine, if anyone has questions. I think personally I'm interested in hearing a little bit more about Half Moon Bay is doing it, just to kind of add that information into the mix.
Yeah.
And in terms of staff question or something that vaguely looks like a staff question, that's all I've got on this side of public comment.
That's the area that I had the biggest question on, is how would the PCT piece work if we were to consider the community center, and what would that look like? What would the needs be? So that's, I don't know if it's appropriate to have Marty join the panel and discuss those items, or we shouldn't be deliberating or gathering information at this stage.
Madam Mayor, I would suggest that, if the council would like to turn now to public comments, that you could move to public comments and then give the speaker a 3-minute allotted time. And then if the council has additional questions, they can, at the discretion of the chair, ask those questions of the speaker.
Okay.
But I do not think the speaker should be elevated to panelist.
So we'll go ahead to public comments and call on the hands, including Marty Anaya's hand. Mr. Montemayor?
Yes, I'll go ahead and unmute Martin Anaya. Martin, you may now unmute yourself. Martin, you may now unmute yourself to speak.
Hi, Marty Anaya, Pacific Coast Television. And I'm just here to answer any questions that you might have, but if this is 3 minutes for me to speak, I'll just give you the benefit of our insight with respect to Half Moon Bay. So since we have been serving Half Moon Bay, they have in fact been doing their council meetings in their community center. And that is, as of course your community center and most community centers that I've ever known, a multi-use facility, which means that everything needs to be broken down and set up. Okay, so there is a little extra setup that's involved with that, and there's a little extra logistical challenges that would not be present in something like a beach boulevard, where you have fixed situations for most of your physical gear. That said, they're actually moving their operations again now to their library, and so we are once again engaged in resetting up in the library. In terms of can it be done and is it possible? It's absolutely doable. In terms of whether or not there are any inbuilt advantages to it, I would concur with what Councilmember Beer said, that there are many inbuilt advantages in terms of the things that she also had opined on, but also there are other advantages in terms of being able to do additional meetings. So if something like that were set up, it would facilitate additional meetings that just are a little bit more problematic in the current location. I can expand on that more later if you want in a report. Basically, the report that you have that we gave to Mr. Woodhouse is just, in essence, what would it kind of take to do it? And that's, in essence, what we have answered thus far. And if there's any other questions, I'm happy to answer those. But at this time, it's just, yes, it can be done. And yes, if that's the direction that the council wanted to move in, we'd be happy to make it happen.
Thank you, Marty. Mayor Beckmeyer, I'm not seeing any more hands raised at this time.
Okay, we'll close public comment and bring it back to council.
I apologize, Mayor Beckmeyer. Someone had raised their hand, Nani Wilson, if you wanted to reopen public comment.
Reopen public comment and hear from that individual.
From Nani Wilson. Nani, you may now unmute yourself.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank you for bringing this up. I've been to meetings in both locations, and I do have to say that the community center is really a much more friendly, welcoming space. And as a community person, I would love to see that you have the meetings there. So I just wanted to share that quick bit of insight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nani. And Madam Mayor, I'm not seeing any more hands raised.
Okay, we'll close public comment, bring it back to council. Councilmember Big Stick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One question that was brought up, especially by the staff report, it suggested that if we were to move it to the community center, that would potentially impinge on certain programming that goes on there. So I was wondering if perhaps Mr. Mike Perez would speak on any programs happening at the community center which would be affected by moving there.
Good evening, council members. It's tough to say right now. What we did was we looked at 2019 pre-COVID, and right now there's not a lot happening. We're just starting to open a few things up. But pre-COVID in 2019, or maybe even five years beyond, we would have some of our bigger classes would be in the auditorium, which is where council would be meeting. Could be like a karate class or dance class or something that takes a large space. Community meeting space, something like that. So we would have that as an option. We wouldn't have it as an option for council, and we might not have it. If planning commission moves down there, then we'd be looking at no Mondays for use of the community center auditorium. So it would be an impact to us because that'd be one less space that we have and be the largest space at the community center for those, 4 or 5 nights a month, depending on, what you ended up doing there.
And you would anticipate that's the full Monday that you wouldn't be able to use the room? You wouldn't be able to cut programming off at 4 o'clock or something like that?
Oh, no. I meant evenings only. Yeah, just only for evenings. No, we would continue to have all of our daytime activities and senior lunch and all that stuff. We're just talking about evening classes.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
If I may, though, add to that, one detail that we don't know is how long the setup would take in advance of a council meeting. So, for example, today we started study sessions at 5 o'clock. So, on that particular Monday, depending on the start time of study session in advance of the regular council meeting, you've got to add time for emptying the auditorium out in order to set it up.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yeah, I can't believe Mary Beard doesn't want to go back to council chambers with pictures of dead presidents and all those old mayors, with windows that cannot open and carpets that I think were in the old Dragnet series with Jack Webb. Okay. I can't believe you don't want to go back to that. Okay. However, I am concerned about the community center, not only just for, all right, like we did start today at 5 o'clock. Okay. Is that if we have a meeting that goes till 11 or 12, which I think we have had, on the other side, you have to have senior people, the senior staff, set up the tables and chairs for the lunch for the seniors the next day. So I'm concerned. Okay, that's one concern. Second concern is, a night like tonight, there's not a lot of surfers out there, but when we go back to daylight savings time and you have surfers there, that parking lot's going to be full. The skateboard park is going to be full, and parking for people to get to the community center. When when it's still daylight out, till 8 or 8:30 or whatever during the summer. So I don't have any problem with Mary's idea. My suggestion would be to check in with the high school district and look at renting Oceana's theater for council meetings and the planning commission. It's rare. I checked with somebody there last week, and they use it only once or twice a month. And it already has theater seating. It has a parking lot, right, that could fit far more cars, I think, than we can at Beach Boulevard. I don't know about the community center parking lot. That might fit more cars. But it's also, one level, doesn't need any wheelchair access, elevators, ADA, or anything. And they could just, set up some tables. And I imagine if Marty can telecast from the community center, he probably could do it from the high school, because I do know we have to be broadcast. So I'd like to throw that in the mix. And I think that would be done with minimal staffing on our part. And I'm just concerned about the parking situation during the summer, okay, and the nighttime stuff, and the next morning issues for staff setting it up.
Other comments? Councilmember Big Stick?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a process question. I feel like we're jumping into the place conversation first, and I'm hoping that we focus on that conversation before answering whether or not we actually want to go back in January.
So I'm sorry, are you saying we want to answer the location question first and then answer the go back question?
I think that would, since we're already engaged in the location question, just to keep that inertia going, and then answer this, or however you feel we should do it. I'm just asking what you think the process should be, and that's my suggestion.
Well, one thing, well, I don't think it really matters either which way. I mean, I would like to hear what other council members think about going back. I mean, at this point, the way we had it scheduled, it was to be January 10th, the very first meeting in the month of January. And I have to say, my personal opinion is Omicron is with us, and I don't think we're ready for a public meeting, especially when you consider we're going to be launching into EIR time and things like that. I anticipate seeing more folks turning out. So I do have a public health consideration there. But again, you know, we just heard today about mask mandate for indoors, and I'm sure there's going to be more information forthcoming. Councilmember Vaterlos?
I cannot see wearing a mask while we're in a council meeting. You would never understand what the other person is saying. And I think it just would be really uncomfortable to spend that many hours of the day trying to speak and have masks on. So I agree that I'm not ready to go back yet.
And Councilmember Big Stick?
I agree with Councilmember Vaterlaus. I actually project my voice quite adeptly on a PA system at work daily with a mask on, but that mask, first of all, I trust that mask in the way it's designed to be able to allow me to do that. And so my hunch would be you'd be staring at a literal tiger face if we were to go back at this instance, because that's the one mask I trust to do that. I read a news report, I think it was yesterday or earlier today, that London had their first death because of the Omicron variant. I was actually excited reading the staff report because the county advice seemed to suggest that it would be maybe all 3 or 4 weeks before we'd be allowed to go back and do our meetings without masks on. And now with this news that it's January 15th minimum. I agree with Council Member Vaterlaus that I don't think it would be wise to engage with the public with the masks on if for no other reason. I think that communication will be stifled substantially. And that's even before talking about my deep concerns about the health risk, mostly because we don't know much about this Omicron thing. So that's where I'm at right now on that.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I happen to agree too. I'm certainly not ready to go back to in-person. And having said that, I think it would be great if we could get some more like clear information about what the cost would be to do any of the things we talked about tonight, whether it's, you know, brighten up that place on Beach Boulevard or move to the community center or look at Oceana. Like maybe we can get some more money around budget and things like that, so we can talk a little bit more about that next time.
Councilmember O'Neill?
I don't have a problem going back to in-person meetings. Both our school districts are now having in-person meetings. Jefferson does it a little bit different in that they have a smaller boardroom and it's the television cameras on the board members. And and they have this bigger room where everybody can sit 6 feet apart and all that. But when it's your 3 minutes to talk to the board members, you go into the room with the board members and talk to them. And then they also have the Zoom meeting aspect of it. So if we could figure something out, like that might be okay. Because I do think people miss the in-person meeting. I mean, granted, tonight I'm glad I'm home, but I just think people are missing the in-person. That's all.
Councilmember Big Stick.
In terms of location, I find myself relatively ambivalent, though I agree with Mayor Pro Tem that we should probably have a little bit more data on what costs are going to be. And I feel like I'm somebody who personally likes the Beach Boulevard site for all its flaws, but I'm nostalgic, I suppose. But if we are going to adjust it cosmetically, I'd certainly like to know specifically what the costs are going to look like. And I feel like maybe we would need to give direction if that's going to be a direction we pursue so that we know what those costs are, et cetera.
I do have a question. Is there any estimate or any thoughts as to how long before we were to put out another RFP for that site to be sold? If it's going to be 3 or 4 years, then maybe, I think in the staff report, it said 35,000 to redo the days. Maybe, 10,000 a year or whatever, it's worth doing. But if we're thinking we're going to do an RFP next year, I don't know if I really want to put any money into the Beach Boulevard site.
Councilmember Vaterlas.
My first thought when I heard put money into that building, I thought, why are we going to put some lipstick on a pig? The windows don't open, like Mike said. I just didn't want to put money into it for us to go down the path of selling that building. And I don't know exactly how much we would spend, so I think that makes a difference. I did talk to the city manager a little bit, and he said it's small amount comparatively to refurbish that room. So I think we need to look at all options. I don't think we've discovered where we could go yet. So I think we need to continue.
Mm-hmm. And it seems to me that we have some time. I recognize there's staff has a workload and work plan. So I would want to hear from the city manager about that, what your thoughts are on timing. And we're all saying, no, January 10th is not a good idea. And also, I guess, from the city attorney, how do we move forward with our emergency? We're under the governor's emergency order, but what are the rules around setting a date certain at which time we would be returning to in-person?
Well, if the council, it seems that 4 council members aren't interested in returning January 10th. And so the next question would be, well, is there a date that we want to select now that would be the target? The state guidelines are just that every month we make the findings pursuant to AB 361 about the continuation of the health emergency and why remote meeting needs to continue. And so we can do that as long as the state emergency still exists. I think with any evaluation or any improvements either to the current council chambers or setting up the community center auditorium or a different room, that's not a very short-term thing. I mean, that would take a while. I don't have an estimate on that, but the shortest term thing would be the lipstick on the pig at the council chambers. That could be done in between council meetings and, painting and carpet. That's not as complicated. I think reconstructing the dais would be more complicated, have to design that, bid that out. So we're not talking, I guess what I'm saying is that if, let's say the council said, well, let's shoot for February for a return to in-person, or let's shoot for March, we probably need to return to in-person at the council chambers, because I don't think all of the equipment purchase and, bidding out and design and all of those steps necessary for either remodeling the council chambers or going to the community center or going to a different theater could be done within a 2-month period. That's just my guess. I'd have to consult with public works staff, and there is a concern that this work on putting together those bid packages would sideline other priorities that we're focused on. So it's not a simple endeavor. I think you heard a little bit from Marty at PCT, but the report has sort of a whole list of audio-visual stuff that would need to be purchased and set up and figured out and dialed in at the community center. So that he could speak more to probably how complicated that is, or maybe it's not. I don't know. They're whizzes there, so they could maybe figure it out quickly. So that's just some additional information. Nothing definitive. I guess I would like to hear, if we're not going back January 10th, are we shooting for the first meeting in February? Are we shooting for the first meeting in March? I think City Clerk Coffey just returned from a city clerk's conference, and she did hear from many other cities, some other cities in our county that are actually pushing back to March. She could speak more to that, but I think you're going to see a little bit of that happening as the state health orders come out. And depending on, another thing is sort of holding our breath for the holidays and the Omicron variant to see what, 2 weeks after January, what things look like, right? After the holiday period, we're kind of like repeating history from last year. So just some more information.
Sue Varolas, please go ahead.
Oh, I thought Mary was first.
Oh, sorry. Was she first? Go ahead, Mary.
Doesn't matter.
Go, Mary.
Oh, all right. I say March.
That's what I was going to say.
I agree.
I'll agree.
Mike.
Okay, I'll vote it. I'm fine.
And so, to kind of help this conversation along, I guess what I would like to do is, over the next 6 weeks or so, is maybe we can put together a little bit tighter of a package about what technology improvements and, staff resource impacts and costs related to that, and, senior or community center class impacts and PCT details, kind of tighten up the very preliminary information we provided in the staff report tonight, and return in maybe February sometime with some more information to continue the conversation about, and we could add, if council members agree, we could make a call over to Oceana and talk about their theater. I've never seen that theater, but and we could talk to PCT about that. That would be a critical piece there as well. So it'd be looking at the community center, it'd be looking at improvements to the council chambers, and it would be looking in more depth, maybe at something like the Oceana theater.
Actually, that's where PCT started, was at Oceana, high school. Maybe as an informal budget thing, your signing authority, I think, is 60,000 or 65,000, Kevin?
It's 50 for, depending on the type of contract, it's either 50 or more, 70, okay. I think.
Okay, why don't we, if we could keep it under your signing authority, just so we have some sort of idea for budget, if everybody agrees.
Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to exceed that, though, as I look at these costs. Although it looks like some of the costs would be borne by PCT, the way this is stated. And I'm not sure how about that. Seems like if we're changing it, then I don't know how that works.
I think PCT is quoting how much the city would be charged.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the loss of revenue has to be factored in. And the other piece that I have concern about is what is the impact on staff? Because we're talking 4 meetings a month with between council and planning commission. We know we did 1 or did we do 2 meetings?
Actually, I think you should be figuring 6 meetings a month because PBNR also meets in the council chambers, and several times a year, the planning commission has a study session. So I think you could be looking at potentially 6 meetings a month, and then just general, every once in a while, we want to have a tabletop discussion or whatever, they've used the council chambers.
Yeah, in the preliminary information, I said anywhere from 5 to 8 meetings per month.
Right, and so I think my recollection is we did 1, maybe 2. I feel like there were 2 since I've been on council that were not in council chambers. I remember 1 for sure. That was at the community center. And it's probably people don't remember how much staff time it took to set that up or not. I mean, after a point you get good at it, right? So it's a learning curve, but it seems like the setup and tear down and the impact on staff, like who would do that, is a question I have. Yeah. But in general, I agree with the notion that the council chambers as it presently stands is not an attractive space to do the city's work for anybody. Yeah.
I think we have way more questions than answers at the moment.
I'm afraid so.
Get more information.
Right.
You're like, do you have enough direction, Kevin?
Yeah, we just need to put together some more information in the next 1 to 2 months and come back to the council with more details. And then we will, we're working on designing the phone-in hybrid model for public comment. We'll continue to work on that and shoot for the first meeting in March.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So that concludes our regular agenda for tonight. And that moves us to our special order of business, which is our city council reorganization. Do we want to take a short break before we move to that? Or go right to it? Go right to it. Okay, great. All right then. My instructions show that I'll make remarks, and then there's presentations to the outgoing mayor, which sounds lovely. And I do have some things that were delivered to my house today that are sitting right here next to me. And so I'll go ahead and start, and then we'll do presentations. We'll have the selection of the new mayor, selection of the new mayor pro tem, and incoming mayor remarks. So I'm going to keep my remarks very brief. I just want to say that it's been a very significant year. We started this year out, I mean, think about it. We didn't even have vaccines. I mean, they were rolling, they were coming out, but we didn't know when we were going to be vaccinated. And there was so much uncertainty and so much fear. And yet we had work to do, and we did it. I look back on that time and actually all the way back to December of last year when we had the breach in the sinkhole in front of the Chit Chat with the king tides and the increased wave action. And that was how my year started. It was 2 days after that that 2 days after our election and selection of the new mayor, that happened, and the media called, and I knew that would be part of the job, but I didn't know it would be part of the job in 48 hours after taking the job. So that was a way to start. It was quite exciting, and I am grateful to my former employers and my work in media relations that I knew what to do. And so that was kind of a starting strong right out of the gate. But really, it hasn't let up. We've had the uncertainty, we've had all of the uncertainty that we've been dealing with personally in our own families and then as a community. But we've also had a significant workload that we established with our goal setting. And so I really want to thank and acknowledge staff for all of the diligence and continuing work to keep those agendas moving forward and those directions that we set as a council. I know I was personally committed to making, and I am and remain committed to making sure that our local coastal plan, our general plan update, our Sharp Park specific plan, that those big pieces of work are completed. And I'm very proud of the work that we've done to date on that. We've had even bigger agendas than that in terms of addressing 2 big infrastructure areas. And again, none of this is done in 1 year or even 1 term. But when you think of coastal erosion and the impact to Pacifica over the decades, to take that on and to figure out a way for us to continue to move forward and addressing gathering the support that we need from our other electeds and building that rapport and continuing that conversation and taking significant steps, obtaining funding in that direction, that's been a big, big win and a big forward progression. And I'm looking forward to more on that. Because again, we have to do it. It's our community. We have to protect our community. It's not something we can walk away from. So those are 2 big things that, and then of course our city infrastructure with our civic center was something that, how many councils never wanted to deal with? A lot, many. And I, go back over the years and decades to different proposals that had been made and had been very resoundingly rejected by the community. And yet the fact remained that those facilities were in increasing disrepair. And that directly affects our staff and our entire community. When you go to other cities, when you have occasion, not that we have much these days, but I have had occasion to go to meetings at other city halls and other civic centers in communities over the hill. And it is night and day. I mean, like scary, stormy, dreary night and day. When you look at what we have to offer to our staff as a place to work, it's amazing to me the productivity that exists given the challenges and the multiple different sites that people work out of and just pulling it all together always, constantly, and bringing their best effort and positive engagement. I can't say enough. Our staff is amazing, and I'm so grateful every day. Every time I get a press release that says this happened, and I go, I know that we're in good hands. I know that, unfortunate realities occur, and I can't stop them. None of us, the council, can't stop them, but staff responds, and we do what we need to do to keep moving forward together. And that is what I love about this community. It's why I wanted to serve. It's why I am looking forward to continuing to serve. And I'm very grateful to all of my co-council members for making this enjoyable and something I look forward to spending time with you, even in little tiny Hollywood Square boxes. And every now and then when we have the opportunity to be together in person, it's so refreshing and so wonderful. So I'm hopeful that our previous discussion about March is the time. I'm very hopeful for that. But in the meantime, until that time, I look forward to continuing working with you. And I'm grateful to you for selecting me to be mayor. And I have enjoyed my year. And thank you.
So we're going to have time to, each of us will have time to share something with Mayor Beckmeyer. But right now, we would like to present Mayor Beckmeyer with a couple of gifts from council. So like she said, she did receive a basket full of goodies, and I hope that you and your husband were able to enjoy that.
Oh, we will be enjoying it for several days to come. Thank you so much. An absolutely beautiful basket of cheese and Pacifica Jack cheese and crackers and wine. And I'm thrilled. It was so unexpected and so nice. And then these beautiful flowers that were just sitting right on the table where I, come in to sit down to do the meetings. So that was super beautiful. And then, of course, this that will have to go somewhere on the wall here in this office, I think, probably, that says, presented to Sue Beckmeyer, City of Pacifica Mayor 2021. So thank you for that. And something else beautiful that I don't know what it is because I only unwrapped the paper part. I didn't take the plastic off yet. So
I told them not to look at it.
The instructions were open it, but don't look at it. Okay, I can do that. But now I get to. How beautiful. Oh my goodness. Sunset over Lindemar. Oh, and look how well it looks against that color in the background.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a beautiful, beautiful photograph. Thank you so much. And this is from Sharon Walker, who does such beautiful work. Thank you so much. I feel so spoiled.
So I'm just going to carry on and then everyone else can talk, but it's thank you. Thank you, Sue. My Batman to my Robin. Right. Thank you so much. I think the community really needs to understand how much work you have put in so many different ways, how often you show up. And I'm glad that you mentioned all the projects that you worked on, because I have them listed here. And so you've already talked about that. Your relationships with our elected officials have brought money into our community to fix the pier, to fix Esplanade. Like, it's because of your work with those folks that we were able to get that kind of money. You've been an inspiration to me. I have been watching you closely. You are able to allow our community to be seen and heard. Every time there's a question, you make sure it's answered. I know the emails that are coming into you. I know how hard people can be on all of us. And I know you've experienced some of that this year. So thank you for graciously experiencing that. And then you're so detailed. You ask all the questions all the time. You give Sue a document and she reads the whole thing and comments on, gives very detailed feedback. That takes a lot of work and a lot of time. And it might seem like little things, but they're big things to the work that we do. I'm forever grateful to have served with you, Sue Beckmeyer. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
You can go ahead and call on the hands.
Okay, I'll call on the hands. Councilmember Big Stick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have been friends with you for years now, and I am grateful for that friendship. And as I've spent as much time as I can get myself to thinking about what I would want to say to you, I've spent so much time walking literal miles with you that I would hope I've said most of it by now. And it's hard to encapsulate the experience I've had the opportunity and joy of sharing with you in a small time frame. So pardon me if my words are less than frankly I would want them, or else we will be here all night. You were robbed of the opportunity of holding these meetings in person. And year 2 of COVID, and you handled it like a boss. Thank you. Thank you for getting us through another year of this crap. And thank you for making it look natural within the context of, as you so eloquently put it, Hollywood Squares. The number one thing that Mary's said the bulk, and there's so much that can be said. But the thing I want to zero in on, because the thing that keeps striking me is your capacity to listen. And it feels like quite often you'll receive an email from one person's concern, and I'm sure other council people have had this experience because I'm sure you go to different people depending on the concern. And you come to at least me in those handful of occasions with that one person's concern as though all Pacifica was at stake in determining how you respond to that one person. Sometimes, from my perspective, relatively benign things, but you weigh these things as though every person in Pacifica deserves to be listened with the fullness of your attention, and as though every person in Pacifica should have their voice heard as loudly as one is able, because each and every one of us makes up the entirety of the whole, and you honor that in every way you do the job that I can fathom. So thank you, Madam Mayor. It is an honor to serve with you, and thank you.
Thank you. Sue, Councilmember Valdez.
Gosh, everybody said such nice things. You handle this position so well. You get all the information. You never skimp on anything. You are the greatest mayor that we have, that I've seen, based on everything that you do, and you make things so much nicer than I could have ever done. Because you genuinely care about everyone. And I really appreciate that. And when we go out to places where we see all these people, your first thing is, I've got to talk to everyone. I've got to meet these people who I don't know, because maybe I don't know all these people, and I just need to talk to them because sometime in the future, they're going to help us. And that's really an important thing. It's just part of being the best in this position. And thank you for being the best. And everybody else said great things. So I'll let Mike talk.
Thank you.
Well, I have to repeat what everybody else said, but I have to really agree with Sue Vadelouse that Sue Beckmeyer can work a room better than anybody I know. Okay. No hand goes unshook or elbow bumped or fist bumped, whatever the current guidelines are for the county, But I think but what's interesting is how dedicated she is to all the organizations. I mean, the Rotary, the Lions, the Moose, when she was a band parent, the Terra Nova band, it just goes on and on and on, and about how she, moves forward, what she does, and her concern for the kids as a school librarian. The love she has to try to get a new library here in town along with Tiger. I think you can't sing the hosannas for Sue Beckmeyer enough, okay? But again, I have to say thank you. Every mayor has their thing in their year in office. I don't know what Mary Beers will be, but she will have a thing in her, Poor Deirdre had COVID rampant closing beaches. You had this, then there's mudslides, apartments being, I think I had the apartments falling in the ocean. So everybody has their cross to bear during their year. I hope, Mary, you avoid that, okay? That yours will be joyful, angels coming from paradise down Montera, So anyhow, but thank you, Sue Beckmeyer, for all your efforts and your help and everything. And I know I'll see you back next year in the same room. I saw her husband John the other day at Safeway or whatever, and I looked at him. I says, "I spent more time in your wife's bedroom than you have," looking at that room. So anyhow, and Tiger's apartment, we all know what that looks like, right? So and Mary's. So anyhow, hopefully we will get back somewhere wherever nomadic city councils go to for when we go to person. But thank you, Sue.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And, I have to say, it's only because I had such great people to work with and such great people to learn from that ahead of me, before me, including Mike O'Neill, who, back to school board days, Mary Ann Neihart, so many people have been helpful, have taught me, have taught me with very curt words sometimes when it's all life lessons. It's all part of learning and part of serving. And I am so grateful. So thank you. Thank you for all your lovely words. Thank you.
And Katrina had her hand raised, but I don't see it anymore.
I know. I heard that there were
down there is a panelist.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. There she
She's
is.
come over as a panelist.
Public comment.
Okay, am I here? Can you see me? I probably have more reason than any. Hello, Mayor Beckmeyer, Sue. I have more reason than anybody to want to go back to these in-person meetings. I'm joining you from my out-of-power house in the Fairmont. I'm sitting in the dark.
Oh my goodness.
It's been out for hours, but I've been listening on my phone, not on a big screen. I wish I could join you all in person and give you a big hug and thank you for your outstanding service, Sue. Like you said, this was no extraordinary year. It was a very strange year, but you really stepped up to the job. And on behalf of Congresswoman Spear, I want to thank you for your extraordinary service to serve the residents of Pacifica during these really, really difficult time and making sure that they have what they needed with the other council members, with the entire city staff. As you know, we are in constant contact with Pacifica. I wish I had seen you more in person during the course of the year. With you as mayor, I was so excited when you were when you got your turn to be mayor, and wished we could have done more events together in person. I think the only in-person event I remember us doing was the Pacifica Beach Coalition cleanup. Mm-hmm. I think was the only in-person event, which was right before Delta. And so thank you so much on behalf of the Congresswoman for your service. And we, of course, look forward to continuing working with Pacifica and being in contact. And in terms of your questions about Omicron and in-person meetings, the Congresswoman is hosting a telephone town hall on Wednesday. And we will have a doctor from Kaiser on hand. And maybe you want to ask him some of the questions and some of the advice of in-person meetings. But I think you probably made the right choice by saying, let's wait until March.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Katrina.
And I can't wait to see you in person.
No, I feel the same way. Thank you. And I hope your power goes on soon. Oh my goodness.
Oh, there's a power line down the hill next to Highway 1. PG&E is working on it. They have been for hours, but.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. Anyway, it's wonderful to be with you on this special, very, very special night for you and the special night for Mary. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see Alex. Hi.
Good evening, Mayor Beckmeyer. It's great to see you and all the council members. On behalf of Senator Becker, I just wanted to also join everyone else in thanking you for your service over the past year. You know, I won't go over everything that everyone's already said. We know it's not been an easy year, but you have been a wonderful partner to work with, and we look forward to working with you and the rest of the council in the coming years also. So just thank you so much and congratulations on this past year.
Thank you very much. Thanks so much. And I received a call today from Senator Becker. That was very nice. Thank you. Okay. City Clerk Coffee, are you seeing anyone else I'm supposed to be calling on that I'm not seeing? Please help me.
I'm looking at the attendees list and I'm not seeing any other dignitaries that I'm aware of present. So it may be time to open for public comment if you'd like.
Sure. Mr. Montemayor?
Madam Mayor, I am not seeing any hands raised right now.
I didn't either. So we will.
Oh, they're coming in now. We have a hand raised by Martin, followed by Sue. Martin, you may now unmute yourself.
Well, I just want to echo all the previous sentiments. You know, I've known Sue Beckmeyer a long time before she was mayor, and when she was in the job that I'm sure she's still doing every single day with these wonderful kids right across the street from PCT here, and bringing them in to get their minds filled with all kinds of things that, you know, really, honestly, I don't think you had to do. There was no any compelling reason to do it, but you did it anyway. I guess the compelling reason is because you want to give these wonderful children exposure to all different kinds of learning beyond reading, writing, arithmetic. And again, for that, I thank you so very much. And not a bad mayor either.
Oh, thanks.
So thank you so very much, Sue.
Thank you, Martin. And we have another hand raised by Sue Degree. Sue, you may now unmute yourself.
Mayor, it hasn't been easy. I'm sure it couldn't have been easy. And your librarianship skills and heart come through because you have a gracious manner and you do research. So really appreciate it. And I know it must be hard not to have been waving the flag for that library, but its time will come. And I'm sure you haven't put that aside, even though you weren't able to make progress on it. So thank you.
Thank you, Sue. And Mayor, there are no more hands raised.
All right, then we'll close public comment and come back. Oops, there we are.
I think I'd like to make a motion to have Mary Beer be the mayor for 20.
Second.
I wanted to do that.
Okay, go ahead. Let's all do it.
We all move that Mary Beer will become the next mayor.
And we all second.
And I'll start with the roll call vote, starting with Council Member Big Stick.
Emphatically, yes.
Council Member Vaterlas.
Yes.
Council Member O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Beer.
Yes.
Mayor Beckmeyer.
Yes.
And the nomination for Mary Beer to become new mayor passes unanimously. Congratulations, Mayor Beer.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, everyone. Do we have a motion for Mayor Pro Tem?
I move that we appoint Tiger Jazz Twirls Big Stick as Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll second.
And with the motion by Sue Beckmeyer for Tiger Jazz Big Stick to become the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Vaterlas. I'll start the roll call vote, starting with Councilmember Big Stick.
Humbly, yes.
And Councilmember Vaterlas.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
And Sue Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Beckmeyer. And
yes.
Mayor Beer.
Yes.
And the motion to nominate Councilmember Big Stick as Mayor Pro Tem passes unanimously. Congratulations, Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Okay, Tiger, here we go. Okay, so it's time for me to give incoming mayor remarks. I want you to know that my neighbor right now just lit off a bunch of fireworks.
Don't tell us which one.
I won't. I never in my life thought that I would be here giving incoming remarks to become mayor of my city. You know, what an honor it is to serve the city. What an honor it has been to live here for the past 53 years, playing and learning and working and worshiping and laughing and crying, right? Like, can you hear them? I mean, I've spent like my brightest days and my darkest days in this community. And I know that with COVID, it has brought on a lot of challenges for our entire community. And I think that we have an opportunity now to work together, just to come back from all of this, right? To recover. And what a gift it is for us to do that together. And I had to write things down because right now I'm like feeling so nervous. But I think it's because it's so important to me that I'm able to represent my community in the very best way that I can. You know, I have the honor of beginning my mayor's term, joining 11 other mayors across San Mateo County in the mayor's mental health initiative. And when I got the call to join this initiative, it fit me perfectly. It's exactly what I want to do. I would like to bring more awareness to access and more funding to fill the gaps for mental health care. And we want to bring awareness. We want to reduce the stigma for accessing help because our communities need help right now. And I personally have accessed services from the Pacifica Resource Center when I was a single parent, from mental health practitioners when I was having problems, right? From doctors and sponsors when I was having issues with drugs and alcohol. And so I say all these things because I am not ashamed of who I am or where I come from. I'm proud that I was able to access the services in my community. And so what I want to say to my community now is that if you're struggling with finances coming back from COVID and you need a little support, go to the Resource Center because they are here to help you, right? If you're having issues, you know, with depression or anxiety, access help. If you're having issues with alcohol and drugs, do not be afraid to ask for help because we do recover. And we all have stories, all of us. And when we move forward in this work, we're gonna be doing some really hard work together, right? And in our community, there's a lot of passion. So what I'm asking for our community is to remember that everybody has a story. And so when we start having these conversations that get really tough and people disagree, please remember that the person you're disagreeing with has a story, and that if we can just lean into each other as humans and find that way to come together and to honor each other, even if we disagree, then I think we're going to be able to get a lot more work done. You know, I've had the honor of working with this incredible council to where we're able to like talk to each other and we're able to learn from each other, because we're not fighting with one another. And you know, it seems like if we're too far on either side, then not a whole lot gets done. But if we come together, then we can do anything. We can move forward. And it's an honor for me to be here with all of you tonight. I want to thank my daughter and my son-in-law for always being patient and loving. I want to thank my neighbor across the street for the fireworks. And I really, I can't wait to see what we do together. And I know that my mom is looking down on me. She's super proud right now. So Shirley Beer, look at that. So thanks, everybody. That's all I got. And so now are we supposed to adjourn the meeting or what?
Public comment.
Oh yeah, public comment. Josh, do we have anyone for public comment? I'm not
Yes,
going to say your last name as well as Sue Beckmeyer, so I'm just going to call you Josh.
No worries, Mayor Pierre. We have 3 hands raised. First up, we have Gaynoran, followed by Nani Wilson. Gaynoran, you may now unmute yourself.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
I can hear you, Gaynor. I can hear you.
My name is Gaynor Anciatanga. I wanted to congratulate you, Mayor Mary Beer, in office. It is not easy to be a political official. You have a town or a city full of people that depend on the decisions you make. And even the greatest of leaders in every decision made will rub some folks the wrong way. As I tell many, you are one person in the community. You don't give yourself the title of leader, the community does. Sis Mary, I am so proud of you. You have served community wholeheartedly since I can remember. You take time to show up, to uplift, to advocate, to love, and to care for the betterment of all communities. I'm honored to know you, and again, congratulations. You earned this and well deserved. Thank you. Me too, love you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nani, followed by Sue. Nani, you may now unmute yourself.
Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you, Honorable Mary Beer, for being the light that you are. Thank you for your transparency, your advocacy, and doing what you do with your whole heart. Our community has a bright future as we continue to navigate these waves of uncertainties. And this is a perfect example of tonight of how it's being done. And I have to tell you, I sit here with honor and humility to pay witness to see that a community person, again, can come into a position and help be the bridge to make our cities better. So thank you so much for being who you are, what you are, and believing and sharing. And your mother and your family are very proud, and I am honored and proud of you as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nani. And our final speaker is Sue Degree. Sue, you may now unmute yourself.
Mayor Beer, you certainly do deserve to be where you are. I can hear your mom clapping away and beaming broadly and all your family. It won't be easy. It's never easy, and it's definitely an honor. So you've already proven that you can do much, and I have no doubt that you will be a good mayor. Thanks.
And thank you, Sue. Mayor Beer, there are no more hands raised.
Okay, so thank you so much. It's time to adjourn our meeting. It's 9:48. There we go. We're done. Yay. Thanks, everybody.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Happy holidays.
Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Happy New Year.